Hi, good morning. Am I audible?
Good morning, sir.
Uh, is there anybody? Suddenly, this website is not, website is down, university website. So I am not in a position to download the study material. Is there anybody who is having the study material with you, soft copy, downloaded version? Mr. Gopi Krishna, do you have the study material? You have raised your hand. Okay, okay, okay. You have any doubt? You have raised your hand. Okay, okay.
Sir, it is downloading in the website, sir.
No, now since morning it is down. It's not there. I couldn't open the website. Website is not there.
So just now I have downloaded, sir.
Oh, then I don't know why it's not coming. If can you do me a favor? I'll share my email ID. Can you share send that file to me? Is
Yeah,
it
sure,
possible?
sir.
Yes. 1 minute. My mail ID is raja.ugc.
Sir,
raja.ugc @gmail.com.
yeah, okay, sir.
Yeah. Send both the part, okay?
Part 1 and part 2, sir.
Yes, yes, yes. Thank you. Why it's not downloading? I don't know.
Sir, I have sent it, sir. Once check it, sir.
Yeah, yeah, I've got it. Thank you. Okay. Okay, good morning, all. Am I audible? My screen is visible to everyone. Shall we start?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Okay. See,
Yes, sir.
from this unit, we can make out that what is the chapter left over. We have discussed from this the content of our study material, concepts of corporate strategy, environmental analysis that we have done, strategic formulation also we have done, functional strategy also we have done. Now, what we are going to do, we are going to discuss about the strategic implementation. So before going to this one, I'll take you through the study material, and then we'll be able to we'll be able to follow the fifth unit. We'll complete the fifth unit. Now, see what and all we have discussed. First concept is that. Concept of corporate strategy. Now we have discussed first in initial thing is what is strategy. Strategy is basically any decision that you are supposed to take under the constraint. It is called as a strategy. So the term first gained currency at the end of the 18th century, and and had to do stratagems by which a general sought to deceive an enemy, right? So the strategy how to win over the enemy, right? So in that case, what are the constraints we have? You have to predict, you have to follow them, right? You have to compete them. So for that you need resources, you need a time, all that we need to take into consideration. That's how it started, the evolution started from there. But at the end, what it how it has come. A strategy of a business organization is a comprehensive master plan stating how the organization will achieve its mission and objective with available resources, with available time and resources that you have to add, right? Because that part is very very important when the strategy comes. So other parts, corporate strategy, functional strategy, all that, in the first slot we have done. Operating strategy, how the difference is, right? The difference between operating, functional, corporate, business, all strategy that we have done. And this chart also I have given you, right? How it is interaction between the the teams, right? Business unit, we can say business unit. So how interaction happens. So vision, mission, and everything is fixed at the corporate level. At corporate level, then it will be communicated to the business level, right? Business level, then business level, they know the practicality about the implementation. Then they will interact. If there is any lacunas are there, they will revert it back to the corporate level. Then they will convince, and then again business strategy will, business unit will transfer the strategy, mission, vision, and everything to the function level, functional heads, right? R&D, finance, manufacturing, and all. So they will also do what, they will also see the practical difficulties, and then they will revert it back to the business strategy. So this is how this interaction happens, or hierarchical structure, right? Hierarchical structure of a business goes like this we have done, right? And then you can see the strategy of a diversified company. What are the different strategy they can take, whether diversification is based on narrowly in a few industry or broader in many industries. So these are all identification. What is this identification they are talking about? So what is the constraint that you are going to identify, right? Whether you are going to compete, you are going to do your business in the entire country, right? Entire market, or you are going to focus. Even if you are going to focus, whether you are going to focus on the product or you are going to focus on the price, right? So that is also is taken into consideration. So with that, that first chapter is only they are giving only the idea what is strategy. That is what they've given. And strategic management process, right? Strategic management process when it comes. So they've given the how it is happening. See this in the first slide. In the first slide that I showed you, 1 minute, let me open that also for you. Yeah, here. Do you remember this chart, the first chart that I have done? How it is done? It is the process through which strategic management happens: environmental scanning, strategic formulation, strategic implementation, evaluation, and control. This is what I have given you in the chart form, so that in the I'm telling you from the beginning, for exam point of view, it I'm not telling you again. This is, I can say you, this is a strategy. What is the strategy? For your examination you have to write a lot in theory portions, right? How you can save your time, right, within the given time, because most of the distance education students now, they always complain one thing: sir, time is not sufficient, sir, they are asking very lengthy questions, sir. Most of the time I skip 2 3 questions. Sometimes I don't have time to attend even C part questions. So this is happening. Why? Because you write elaboratively, you write. So how to avoid these elaborations? By putting the chart. So that is why in most of my PPTs that I have put pictorial representation. If you can remember this chart and present it there, and you don't need to explain in detail, in a short, briefly you can explain. So that is what here they've given, the process of strategic management. You have to do the environmental scanning. After scanning, only what you have to do, you have to formulate. So in case of a formulation, you have to, before that you need to have a vision, mission, right, all that value system, all that we have discussed. See how they have done. They've done like this, but in my chart that I've given little informations, that framing and all those things. I've also given you example for this, how it is being done. How strategic management is happening in India. This we have discussed, how this strategic management, the education,
Sir,
yes.
sir, sorry to interrupt. Can you just tell the page number on which you are?
Page number
As you,
23, page number
as,
23.
yes, as you proceed, sir, kindly tell the page number. Sir.
Yes,
Thank
yes.
you.
In page number
23.
23, it is strategic management in India, and then how it is, evolved. That only after LPG, that strategy concept got introduced. Why this concept got introduced in India? Because when the new companies started coming, right? So LPG means what? Any person from India can go and trade outside India, and outside India, any person can come and trade in India. So in this case, what is happening? That competitive advantage theory is there, right? So competitive advantage theory, what is happening when you are when you are specialized in a particular product, right, or production process? In that case, what you will do, you have to concentrate on that. Yesterday I gave you one example: China companies. So China companies, they are inventing new technologies, right? And then they'll be able to reduce the production cost, so that now the product cost is very very attractive as compared to Indian products. So in that case, what is happening, when they come, then Indian company also forced to take the strategy how to win over this competition. So that is how it started, right? So now they are talking about in India this liberalization, announced in India 1991. So that is the first step in which this concept evolved. And then it is a major thrust area after WTO meet, December 2005. Then again it started changing whenever there is a convention, right, global convention happens. Then this kind of a this kind of problems faced by the entrepreneurs, business people, what they are doing, it they keep changing their perception. So this TQM and all, fifth chapter I will explain to you. Mission and objective, we have already discussed. What is the mission, vision, all that? What is the difference between vision, mission, all that we have discussed. See, this one also we have discussed in the case of a page number 31: mission, objective, goals and targets. But in my PPT that I have also shared other concepts like a value and all those things that I have given you, right? I'll tell you that when it comes to vision, mission. So the differences in the first unit, right? They've given this. So I've given in the second chapter here because I've based on this study material only, not based on the study material reference book only. I have done this. See, look at this one. Mission vision statement is very very important, and you should know the difference. You should know the difference. They've given. See, these are the examples. These you don't need to worry about, but you should know the concepts. If you are thorough with the concepts, then you will be able to write, well in your examination. And when it comes to your synergy also, I told you that while discussing, I told you what is the synergy. When two companies are merging together, what happens? The fixed cost element remain constant. So it's a very simplest example. I'll tell you that I am running a Raja and Co company, and there is a Dharma Rao, right? Another company called Dharma Rao. So I'm telling Dharma Rao, why can't we, join together and run the business? So Dharma Rao would have a fixed cost like, transportation cost, rent, electricity, and all those things. And Raja and Co is also having the common expenses. Now, when they are merging together and expenses can be cut off, when fixed expenses can be cut off, my profit and Dharma Rao profit put together, it will be something in addition. So that is what is called as a synergy is basically talks about working together, and through which you will be able to increase the value of the asset or increase the performance. Strategic business unit function level strategy, this is also we have discussed here in the case of a fourth chapter, page number 40. Functional level strategy when it comes, so these are the functional level strategy I told you. Corporate business level, right? How it is, the relationship between these corporate business and functional level, because corporate level strategy, what they do, what business should we be in, right? So these kind of a question. So basically the corporate level, they've set the standards, they set the strategy, they set the vision, mission, formulation, everything. And implementation when it comes through business strategy at the functional or operational only, they are doing it. So the relationship when it comes, what are the different functions they have? So vision and mission and value, culture, goals are turned into corporate strategy and business unit strategy, and that is further transferred to department or functional level, information, finance, like that it goes on. So in this, a very important thing is the difference again. Difference, corporate, business, functional. If you understand this one chart, if you study any kind of question about the functional, you'll be able to answer. Right. So now when you're reading this one, what can you explain? Now question comes, what do you mean by the corporate level strategy? So you can write it is a conceptual level, corporate level strategy is a conceptualization process where top level management, they conceptualize the vision, mission, formulate, and then it is based on the value judgment domination, right? Value judgment, what is this? The firm, when they want to achieve something, they should have a value system. Without value system, then the reputation will not be there. And then it is frequency, periodic, what they are talking about, they will fix it till it is getting achieved, or when there is a distraction, it will go on. Adaptability, they need not adopt, they will frame, but who will adopt? It will be adopted by the functional level, business level, or operational level. So like that you will be able to write. So that is why this chart, if you can understand this table, if you can understand the differences, it is easy. See the strategic formulation, how they are relating it, and all those things. In the case of page number 42, types of organization structure, this structure you must have studied in the case of what do you call in the business MCOB, right? Management concepts, you must have studied, and the same concept we have in the case of a fifth unit also. This also I will tell you after this revision. This is also very very important because you can expect a question from this types of the leaders. See here, it is the same chart is given also in my PPT. Then we have come to the second unit. Second unit is the most very important unit, because which talks about all the analysis. Now let us see that what are the analysis that we have discussed. Now look at this one, environmental type, right? Micro environment, macro environment. These we have seen in yesterday's class. The last portion what we have discussed is this one, right? So yeah, in my PPT, if you would have looked at, it would be very clear. It would be very clear. Look at this one. But look at this chart, because it's not very clear. That is why I told you that I have put all these component in the chart form. So if you can visualize this chart, it will be easy for you to present it well. So what are the components of a micro environment, macro environment, right? Internal environment, all that they are discussing. Okay, environmental scanning techniques. What are the techniques that we have seen? We have seen, most of the things that we have seen. These and all I will tell you now. SWOT analysis we have done, right? Opportunity and threat matrix, impact matrix, all these things, right? Balance scorecard and all that I will tell you now one by one. See this issue priority matrix, what it is. Issue priority matrix is impact on the corporation and probability of occurrence, right? So here, what is the issue when you're framing the strategy, and then when it comes to situational. So this is very similar to the situational analysis which we have discussed, in last class. Look at this one. Situation analysis, what is happening, that you have to prioritize, right? Situation analysis, basically it talks about what I told you was that is in the case of situation analysis, how the situation works. Depending on that, you have to adopt. So here, what they are talking about in this issue priority matrix, you have to see this business will have always a problem. Something or other problem will be happening, because business is every day changing scenarios, right? Market is new, customers are new. So when the customers are coming and buying something from you today, they will not have the similar mindset on the next day, next purchase term also. So that is that thing you should keep in mind. So in this case, everything will be a problem, right? Electricity cut, your debtors are not paying the money, creditors pressurizing on you, you are not in a position to make profit, right? All this, government pressure, GST, tax filing, right? Almost like a year end, right? So now tax filing is another pressure. So in this situation, problem will be there. Now what you have to do, you have to prioritize. So which one comes high, right? In this particular month, tax filing is very important, right? Tax, because after the year end, tax filing is very important, so high priority. So in that case, you have to identify high priority matrix. You have to identify which are all, high priority, medium priority, and low priority, and accordingly you have to react, because you are already having the constraint of money, constraint of time, and constraint of resources. In this case, you have to prioritize your issues, problems, and then address that issues first, which are highly risk associated. Those things you have to take into consideration. See, environmental threat and opportunity profile. So, what is this environmental threat and opportunity profile? This is environmental scanning. Environmental scanning, what they are talking about, you have to see that, this. Yesterday, I told you in the case of one concept that I told you, social cost benefit analysis. Social cost benefit analysis. What is really happening? Environmental sectors, when you are taking into consideration environmental, component of a business, what is the benefit that you are uh, uh, extracting from the society, from the environment, from the suppliers, various stakeholders. What is the benefit that you are giving in return? What is the benefit that you are giving in return? That also needs to be taken into consideration. So that is what here they are talking about, environmental threat and opportunity profile. So when you are reading this, what is this, advantages? You look at this competition, customers will become more discerning in their requirements due to increasing role of power plant consultants. Best example we can say, nowadays you can see that electric vehicles are gaining momentum, right? Why? Because the customers wanted to invest there. It is not only for the long term investment and long run solution, but also it is environmental friendly. See here they are talking about the SWOT analysis. In this study material, they've given only about this, SWOT analysis, but they have not talked anything about the TOES. But in my PPT also, I have shared you, the TOES analysis also. Strength and weakness from the internal perspective, and then you go to the external. Before going to the business, you understand what is your strength and weakness, and then you analyze the opportunity and trade. But in a modern society, what is happening? First, you understand how is the market. It is like a blue ocean strategy. I told you the blue ocean strategy. Basically, they are talking about before going into this, going to swim in the sea. You have to see how the condition of the sea. Before that, you cannot go because I know the swimming. Can I go and jump anywhere in the ocean? I cannot do that, right? First, you have to analyze what is the opportunity and a threat, right? And then analyze, and then you map your calibers, your strength and weakness, and then you jump. So that is what is nowadays strategy, this modern strategy they are calling it as. So that is why TOES analysis we have discussed. What is this impact scale? The next one is impact matrix. Impact matrix means what? If you're taking one decision, right? If you're taking one decision, right? What are the impact it will happen? What are the impact will happen? Now let us imagine, this is very, very important. Impact matrix, which talks about if I'm taking a decision. Okay, let me, I'll tell you one example which is relatable to you. Now you're almost, we are end of the, the PCP classes. Now we are deciding after these classes, sir, I am very, strong at these four subjects, but after the class also I have to go through the study material, but I don't have the time. So what I'm planning, I will skip this semester and I will write it to the next semester. I will write it in the next semester. So this is a strategy you're doing it. By taking this decision, what and all impact will happen? What and all impact will happen? Now everywhere you are telling that you are studying. So your circle will come and ask you, where is the result, what is the result? And another problem, next semester when you're transferring, it will become arrear, and question paper, you do not know how question paper will come, right? So that is another part. And third part, how valuation will be there for arrears, we do not know. So these are all the impact S1, right? Impact for strategy 1, strategy 2, strategy 3, strategy 4. So similarly, when you are taking a strategic decision in the business, in the organization, say for example, suddenly you feel that cost is becoming more. So what you are deciding for the superannuation. You're sending the employee, right? You're sending the employee, you're removing employee, saying that you're not in a position to give the job for them. So in that situation, what will happen? Your production will get stopped, right? Your production will get stopped. When your production gets stopped, your supply, your sales will also have an impact. So this is what is called as the impact, the impact matrix. So when you are taking a decision, you go forward, right? Go forward in the future and see that what and all, where and all it will have an impact. Then accordingly you prioritize, and then you take the implement the decision. And the gap analysis is related to the vision mission, right? Vision mission objective. What is the gap analysis? You have framed your objective of the organization, right? You have framed the objectives, and then you are moving forward, right? You are moving forward, and you see that estimated time frame and the objective, how far you have reached, right? How far you have to go, right? That gap, if it is there, identify that gap and act accordingly. Right? That is what this chart is very, very important for gap analysis. Understand what is a gap. You have a gap and time span, right? You have a gap and time span, and you have a profit gap. right? So different gaps are there. When you have a time span constrained with the time, you have to complete the work within this stipulated time. When there is a difference, what will you do? It will immediately have a impact. It will immediately have an impact. So that gap only they are identifying. 1 minute, I'll just take this. Okay. Okay, this portion is considered as a gap, right? You can also say that the gap is the you can also write it in the formula: actual minus expected. Actual minus expected. Actual minus expected is the gap. So here what they are talking about, you have framed one time frame, you have framed an objective to be completed within a specified time frame, and if it is not done, in reality, you're identifying the gap, and how to address this gap is what is being discussed in the case of a gap analysis. What are the different gaps? Are there profit gap, sales gap, risk gap, product gap, time gap, right? All these things can be taken into consideration. The next one comes balanced scorecard. What is this balanced scorecard? In the case of here they are talking about economic value added. This is also another important component. I think this you must have studied in financial management also. This okay, I'm not writing it here. Economic value added. What is this economic value added? The formula for economic value added is NOPAT.
What's the
Net operating profit. Let me write down here. NOPAT, right? Net operating profit after tax, right? That is actual. That is actual minus cost of capital, weighted average cost of capital, weighted average cost of capital multiplied with capital employed. Capital employed. Right? What is this they are talking about? When you are having the profit, net operating profit after tax, and that is actually what the business business unit got profit. And what is this weighted average cost of capital and capital employed? Capital employed is basically, you have a capital, you are investing capital, you are investing 10 lakh rupees, and you will expect some cost of capital. What is the cost of capital? Minimum expected rate of return a project must earn. When you're investing, you're expecting some return, right? That return multiplied with the capital employed, then it is called as a expected profit. The difference between expected profit and the actual profit is called as a economic value added. Whether economically business has earned something or not, right? That you take into consideration. Also with this profitability growth and all, with that what you are going to do, you're going to compare operation, organization, and then human resources. So basically this the balance scorecard talks about, don't think only about the profit. Don't think only about the profit. There are various factors that you need to take into consideration, like a human resources, operations, customers, suppliers, right? All these people are also influencing on the profitability of the firm. So that is what here they are talking about in the case of a balance scorecard. Now you look at this one. Balance scorecard is another useful tool to assess the internal strength and weakness of the company. The balance scorecard attempt to examine firm's strength and weakness from different perspective. What are the different perspectives? One is what is the profit, right? Profit when it comes to economic value added, not the ordinary profit. What is this NOPAT? In a financial management, you must have studied this. Net operating profit means, you see, when you are having gross profit you are having, deduct the depreciation, right? Deduct the depreciation, interest on debentures, and then you will get the amount, EBIT, and then you deduct the interest, deduct the tax, then you will get amount, right? In that earning after tax, with that you add back all the reserves that you have deducted, like depreciation reserve, interest and all, it is not gone. So all that, when you add it back, that amount is called as a net operating profit. Net operating profit after tax. Tax is a compulsory requirement. This one, what you call, this interest is also, interest obligation, interest on debt is also an obligation that you have to pay. And what is left over is considered as a operating, net operating profit. So this operating profit you are taking into consideration, which are all the stakeholders who can influence on these factors. So to generate superior return for shareholders, companies should have a competitive advantage that depends upon its ability to provide certain values to customers, right? Suppliers, to the human resources within the organization. So GLUIC scanning techniques, in a management, there is a GLUIC concept is there. So here he's the father of this one, right? That planning, organizing, controlling, all this. So this is the one person, same person. So here is scanning technique. What they are talking about? How to do the scanning? How to do the scanning? Very simple, 3 steps. First, you have to gather the information, spying, and then forecast. Spying, forecast. So here, this is very simple concept. This we have discussed in the first chapter itself. There's a process. The process what we have discussed, the same concept here, but they've used a different terminology. So scanning techniques, what they are talking about, three major such techniques. First, you have to do, if you want to do, take a strategy about your competitor. First, what you have to do, you have to gather the information. What kind of business they do? What is the technology that they have? How they can, produce the product at a attractive price? Why their cost of production is very low? How they are doing cost cutting in case of fixed cost, right? Fixed cost. All that you gather, and then you spy. After getting the information, also verify whether that information is true or not, and then you forecast how, what and how he will grow, right? How he will grow, and then accordingly you can take your company's decision.
Sir, excuse me.
Yes, sir.
Sir, spying is ethical in business.
Yes, it is ethical only. It is ethical.
Okay, sir.
Why it is why it is ethical? Now I'll ask you another question. Why it is unethical, sir? You tell me.
Sir, in a uh, in a demographic, when someone person from our country is sent to
Hmm.
the another country,
Hmm.
and that is the unethical, because of that person will die,
Hmm.
and what will happen their family, what will be happen their brother and sister. So spying there is some debate that spying is not ethical, sir. That's why I'm asking, business, in business, is the same scenario in the business or not, sir?
Yes. Now I'll tell you this spying. What your concept is half correct, sir. Half correct. Now I'll tell you. Now I'll relate this one with hacking, right? Is it hacking is ethical or unethical?
It's neutral, sir. Both.
Exactly. It depends on the what kind of information that you are hacking. Could you follow? Now, in the case of hacking, if I'm hacking your information, right, which is your personal information, no problem. But the hacking is used, the intention of the hacker decide whether it is ethical or unethical. In the case of spying, no, spying is that's why they are not talking about the ethical, unethical. They are not bringing in the business world. Spying is always there. It is part and parcel of the business. Why they are doing it? Because spying only will allow you to probably forecast, probably know what kind of decision, what kind of strategy that your competitor will do. Now, the question whether it is ethical or unethical, as rightly Ankit sir asked, the spying, when you are stealing the information, it is unethical, right? When there are people to tell you about the information, then that is not unethical, right? It is only predictable model. It is a predictable model for predicting the future, for forecasting the future. Spying is always a good only it is not bad. But strategy, if you're looking at the strategy, even strategy is a bad one. Strategy is a bad one, because what you're doing, what you're trying to do, it is also unethical. If you wanted to win over the your competitor, how you are winning over your competitor with value system, it is unethical. Without value system, is unethical. Ethical or unethical, it depends on the person who is involved. That needs to be taken into consideration. Did I answer your question, sir?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Okay. Internal analysis, what they are talking about here, there are again, there are other techniques they are talking about. These are the example they are giving you. This you can skip. Okay, this internal audit, resource audit, and all, what it is, right? Internal audit and resource audit, as I said in the beginning, only from the beginning, when you have a constraint, you have to be very careful. Even yesterday we were talking about this is only in the case of a resource audit. Yes, yesterday we saw one example, right? One woman was working in the organization and she started taking our things for the personal use, right? So here we are not talking she's stealing, right? Here we are telling that one of the employee in the organization, she's using the resources for her personal use. Now this was found in the resource audit. Why this resource audit is important? Because when you are having a constraint, you need to do the audit. So in the case of audit, you know exactly how much it is being utilized. In case of any wastage and all, you can take corrective measures, right? So that is what. So when it comes resource audit, you have a different resources: physical resources, financial resources, human resources. How it is being used. So each one I'll give you example. Physical resources, when it comes, right? When you have a physical assets in the organization and it is not maintained properly, it is not maintained, it is abandoned. In that case, what is happening? It is a great loss to the organization. Financial resources, the best example I can give you, when the risk-free interest, at the risk-free interest, they are giving you loan in the bank for your special category business, then you should use that one. Without that, what you are doing it, you are borrowing money from the other private banks, and then you are paying interest. It is again financial resources, right? Scarcity of the financial resources. And then human resources, when it comes, when the human resources are not being utilized based on their knowledge level. You can those who are working, you will be thinking, you will be not thinking, you will be facing this problem in your organization. You will be doing a lot of work, you'll be contributing more to your organization, but those who are not contributing, they are given importance. So in this situation, what you will do, you will try to move from this organization when you get a better opportunity, right? So in this case, what is happening? Human resources are not being utilized or recognized. So this is also another example which we can say that resources are not being utilized. So this needs to be audited. So when in this case, human resources, when you are auditing, you will know that one particular employee is working for several years in the organization, but he has not grown in the in his career later. So we have to give something, you have to give promotion to him. So in this case, you can retain him in the organization. That is what this resource audit is very much helpful. Value chain analysis is another concept where which talks about each process, each production process. What is the value you are adding? What is the value you are adding? That is being taken into consideration. The resource audit provides an understanding of an organization capabilities, right? What is the value that they are creating? So if, one best example we can say that human values are taken into consideration in this example that I told you. In case of resource audit of a human resources, now what you are doing it, you will try to see which are all the employees are deprived of this promotion. Identify and you help. then in this case what is happening, you are trying to improve the morale of the employees. How it is happening, when you are giving promotion on time, they will be royal, right? They will be loyal to the organization, they will not leave, they will be more productive when you are giving the when you are satisfying the employee. So in this case what is happening, you are enhancing the value, you are enhancing the value in the production process by recognizing the human efforts. So that is one of the example we can say. Okay, this one also I told you that these and all we have discussed in the case of this one value chain and all, right? So these and all we will discuss at the end of the chapter. At the end of the chapter, how this value chain and all it is being worked. See this Michael Porter model. When you are talking about, they have a two activities. One is primary activity, other one is support activity. Primary activity, support activity, you have to take into consideration, and then you have to do this. You have to do this. How this value chain is created, right? How value chain is created. Say for example, primary activities are there. Primary activity is there. But when the primary activity is supported by the manufacturing process, material management, research and development, human resources, information system, company infrastructure, and all these things, and there is a value added in the production system in the primary activity, right? So this is how the value system, is helpful in the strategic management. Competitive analysis. So these and all I have given you, right? This is most important one for the examination. See, Porter 5 analysis we have discussed, McKinsey framework we have discussed, competitive strategy, generic strategy of a Porter, right? All this we have discussed. It's just have a look at this one. See this one, Porter 5 analysis. Porter 5 analysis, I have told you that five forces. This is not given, the chart is not given, but I have given you the chart also. Look at this one. This chart is very very important. That is what is being given in this page 118. In the page number 118, they've given you only theoretical part, but this particular portion, if you look at it, this chart, if you can remember, it is easy because they have given you the example also. If you can visualize this one and then write in the examination, you'll be able to easily elaborate, right? So that is what this Porter 5 new entrant. I also told you that how to remember this one. New entrant, substitute product, supplier and buyer, right? Bargaining powers of supplier and buyer. That is what we have discussed. McKinsey 7S framework. This is also there in the case of fifth unit. Fifth unit, I will discuss this because this is they've given it in a different formats in your study material. This we will discuss at the end of fifth unit, and after this discussion, I will tell you this. See this, yesterday I told you that differentiation strategy or cost leadership, focus again, focus on the segment, and then product, right? So this we have discussed in yesterday's class. Yeah, this is what cost focus and differentiation focus we have seen. See here also I told you initially it was three: cost leadership and differentiation leadership, and now we have focus. Thereafter he then subdivided the focus strategy into two parts: cost focus and differentiation focus. But that is not given here. Cost and differentiation, it is not given. They've given only three, but now it is being divided into two: cost focus and differentiation focus. So that you have to write. And strategic alternative and choice of strategy, when it comes unit 3, they are talking about what are the strategic alternatives we have, right? How to overcome this, all this we have discussed. What is the strategic alternative basically talks about what if in case if you're not strategic alternative basically plan B. Simple term we can say it is a plan B. When you are framing the strategy, in case if it doesn't work, how we are going to react, what is the alternative that you have? That is what is the strategic alliances. So strategic alliances in real life, when you look at it, they have concentration strategy, integration strategy, diversification, right? Merger and acquisition, joint venture. So basically what they are talking about, if you are concentrating on particular segment or particular product, is called as a concentration. Integration means what? You are integrating the production process, integrating the two companies, right? Diversification means you will do one product, you'll be specialized, but you will do something unrelated, right? Unrelated, another product you do, so that in case if your business is not being successful, you have a plan B. Joint ventures is a concept where whenever you feel that a particular business is highly risky, in that situation what you can do, you can venture a you can start a joint venture. Joint venture means what? I will bring capital, you will bring knowledge, another person will bring technological support, and we all together start a business with a partnership, right? So initially it is called as a partnership. Now joint venture, it is for particular business. Once when the objective is over, then joint venture come to an end also. Again they are talking about this because this is a problem in this study material. See here, concentration, integration, diversification, merger. So concentration means what? Concentrate on the current business, right? What is your specialization? That you concentrate, so that in the long run you'll be able to, succeed in the business. Integration means what? Either you're integrating vertically integration or horizontal integration. Vertical integration, growth through acquisition of another organization in a channel of distribution, right? So integration, when you are doing it, something which is you're doing, say for example, if you're you're running a hotel, and you are also renting the cars from the another transport. Now what you can do, you can integrate by by buying the cars for your own firm, or you can start joint venture by bringing agreement between the transport company and your hotel. So in this case what you are doing, you are integrating the business, whether it is horizontal related to your business, unrelated to business. That is what here they're talking about, whether it is horizontal or vertical. What is diversification? When you are in a particular industry, particular firm, and you are diversifying, you are investing in another altogether different product or production process, then it is called as a diversification. And merger and acquisition, we know merger acquisition, taking over of the other company. So in the case of merger and acquisition, what is happening, one thing we should know, the characteristics of a merger acquisition when it comes, this how I can relate this one. Now look at this one. This is just for making you understand that I'm telling you merger and acquisition. In case of marriages in India, what is happening? Girl who comes with the her jewels, I'm not talking about the dowry, but whatever asset that she is having, that will belongs to husband. So all the relatives of the the girl side will become the relatives of the key relatives of the girl side will become the relatives of the boy side. So similarly, there are two companies. Even in the if you are following some standard books, they are talking about corporate marriages. Instead of talking corporate mergers, they are also using the term called corporate marriages. So what is happening here in the case of mergers and acquisition? One company is taking over the other company. So in that case, all the assets will become the assets of the taking over company, and this similarly liability also become. And the key shareholders, that is who's having more than 10 percentage, they will become the shareholder of the acquiring company also. So that is the characteristics about the merger and acquisition. So this is how it is related to the strategy. When you are not in a position to succeed, when you're not in a position to succeed in the market, then you can take this strategy of a merger and acquisition. Joint venture, I told you that venture means what? A project which is having a risk, project which is having a high risk. So how to overcome this one? Instead of you putting all your money in that particular kind of a business, then you will not be able to you will not be you will not be in a position to earn. So in that situation, what you will do, you will bring some portion or some knowledge, some resources, and similarly the other partner, other joint venture partners also will bring some part, and then all together you start your firm and then divide your profits or objective. See, what is this retrenchment strategy? Retrenchment strategy means turnaround. Turnaround means what? When you are doing one strategy, this we have discussed here: turnaround, diversification, and all this. Look at this one: turnaround, all the strategy what we have discussed. Yeah, turnaround means what? When you're doing one strategy or implementing, but you're not becoming successful, you're not becoming successful. In that case, what you have to do, you have to abandon the strategy. Mr. Viduraja, can you please mute yourself? You have any doubt? Okay. Turnaround basically talks about when you are not in a position to succeed with the present strategy goal. In that case, you can turn around. Take up option B. Divestment means what? Whatever investment that you have done, take it out. Take it out is called as a divestment. It is used for when a particular business doesn't fit well in the organization or consistently fails to reach the objective set for it. Divestment can also be used to improve the
A
financial.
lot of disturbance, sir.
Sir, I believe you can mute everyone, sir, if
I can
possible.
mute. No, I can't mute because I am not admin. Only administrative authority of Mr. Vidun Raj. Mr. Vidun Raj.
നല്ലത് ഇപ്പൊ വരാവൂലേ ഇവിടെ ഉണ്ട് ഇതാണോ
Sir, please disconnect this meeting and start.
Sorry,
Please.
Vidun Raj. Mr. Vidun Raj, can you please mute?
Sir, hopefully he is not with your mobile or laptop.
Yeah, I think he's
So
somewhere roaming.
it is better to disconnect this meeting and start.
Sir, you can ask the admin, DDE admin to mute it.
Yeah, 1 minute.
If anyone knows Vidun Raja, can ask him, call him, please. I think the separate group is there for Keralites.
Now his voice is less, so I'll continue because I don't have time. In 1 hour, I have to complete all the things.
Please continue.
So,
Please continue, sir.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Sorry.
in case of liquidation strategy involves closure of the business, right? So the difference between turnaround, divestment, and liquidation is that turnaround means what, you will keep your business, but you will change your strategy. You will change your strategy. In case of divestment, what you are doing it, you will take out some portion of your investment and invest somewhere else, right? Diversification. Liquidation means what, nothing is working out. You have tried your turnaround, you have tried your divestment, but nothing is successful. Liquidate your business and come out of the this one. Portfolio restructuring, here we have used Boston Consulting Group and General Electric concept that we have discussed, that you remember the cash curve, dogs, the question mark, and all those things. See, this chart is not very clear. This dog should come down, right? Question mark, stars, all these things. So even this chart is not very clear. When you look at my chart, what I have created, look at this one, is clear, and they have also given portfolio. So portfolio, how it is being done. So that chart you can put. This is not very clear how this each one, what it is, that is also given in the chart only. Yes, any doubt? Somebody is talking.
We are unable to listen your voice.
Oh, see, tell me one thing, that if I restart from the beginning, is it okay for everyone? Shall I close it and come back again? I think he is
Yes,
removed.
Okay, sir.
yes, sir. Yes.
He is removed now. Okay, he is removed now, so we'll go ahead with this.
This is all left.
No, we can
Sir,
continue, sir. He removed it. Yes.
Yeah. So in this case, we have discussed about the question mark, stars, each one, what is their position, right? So this is, instead of going through this one, if you go through this simplest chart, this chart, if you go through, then it is sufficient. It is sufficient. I've also given you the explanation. In case of dog holds low market share, and compared to the competitor, and operate in a slowly growing market. They will not grow. I gave you the example of why it is considered as a dog. Dog doesn't, they'll eat and stay in one place only. They will not move anywhere, right? So that is one thing. So that is, in that way you can remember. So General Electric is again that, this chart, when you look at it, General Electric, yeah, McKinsey matrix, when it comes to what is happening here, in case of an investment, whether you should hold it or sell it, or you have to grow, right? So these three component only they are talking about. But this, since this chart is not very clear, you can follow the PPT. See this, basically what they are talking about: invest, selective investment, or harvest or divest. So this is what is the concept they were talking about: strategic alliances and joint ventures. So in this part, no, basically they will talk about what is the alliances, how these alliances can be made, what are the advantages and disadvantages, is very, very important. Strategic alliances is a situation where, you remember that we were talking about the competition act. You remember this competition act concept? Whenever one company is merging with another company, you have to see for what purpose you are joining, and that needs to be, approved. Prior approval must have got it from the Competition Commission of India. What is the role of a Competition Commission of India? Let us understand one simple example. There is Mr. Ankit Pal is there. So Mr. Ankit Pal is, running one business. I am also running the similar business. In this situation, what is happening? Mr. Ankit Pal is selling a product, a mobile phone for 7,000 rupee. Now, same mobile phone, I am telling that I wanted to kill the competition. What I wanted to win over the Mr. Ankit Pal. What I will do, I will sell it at 7,000 rupees. Then again, Mr. Ankit Pal will not be quiet. He will try to reduce 6,900. So in the market, when the competition is there, it is beneficial to the customers. It is beneficial to the customers because the price advantage is there. And this competitor, Mr. Ankit Pal and Mr. Raja, will go on reducing the price till the point where they get margin plus break even plus margin. And beyond that, below that, they cannot go. So now what is happening? Mr. Ankit Pal and Raja, they are meeting one day and telling that why Mr. Ankit Pal, we have to fight, because of which customers are getting. This is the term we can earn, right? Let us enter into an agreement. You should not bring down the price below 7,500. I will also not bring down the price below 7,500. So it is both way beneficial. We are entering into an agreement. Under Competition Act, it is called as an anti-competitive agreement. This is against the law. So that is why merger and acquisition, you have to get a prior permission from the Competition Commission of India. So what is the strategic alliance they are talking about? When you are having a constraint, when you are having a specific problem in the organization, you do the alliances. Say for example, what are the strategic alliances to obtain the technology or manufacturing capabilities. You are having a shortage of time, shortage of resources, whether human resources or material and all those things. You enter into contract, right? Alliances is an agreement or arrangement with which you are making it for a shorter period, and if it is successful, you will grow. Obtain the access to specific market, reduce financial risk, reduce political risk, achieve or ensure competitive advantage, etc. So they have given the IBM strategy, how they have done all this example they have given. So here, typology of strategic alliances, when it comes, whether it is non-competitive, competitive, pre-competitive or pre-competitive, pro-competitive or pre-competitive, you are taking into consideration interaction. Because when you are, why this competition I was talking about, you see, you have to understand, if it is competitive, alliances is not possible. If it is competitive, two similar firms are joining together as an alliances, what is the possibility? They can control the price, they can control the market. If they are controlling the price and controlling market, what will happen? Then there will be a problem. Customers will be affected. So that is why here they are analyzing the typology, whether it is or high, low or high. Competitive and a pre-competitive is very, very bad. Very bad. In case of a non-competitive and a pro-competitive, strategic alliances is good. Diversification strategy, when it comes, what are the different diversification? This is again, we have discussed diversification when it comes disinvestment, right? And then turnaround, all these things. What is diversify? Organization diversify due to following reasons. Some of the common reasons are as follows. Synergy, we have already discussed. See, I told you that when company Raja can make a profit of 2 and Dharma Rao can make a profit of 2, right? And here what is happening, when both the company join together, they'll be able to make more than 4. When 2 plus 2 is equal to 4, but here it becomes more than 4. That means it is 4 plus one of the fixed cost, because what is happening, fixed cost of Raja will remain constant, and fixed cost of Dharma Rao will become nil. Then the cost, when the fixed cost is reduced, what will happen? The profit will be enhanced. Spreading of risk, right? Your risk can be diversified, better opportunities, competitive strategy, market dominance, right? When you are having a strategic alliances, what is happening? You will be strategic alliances, when you are bringing, then you will be one group, right? All the product on a particular field, your group will be the only one. So in that case, your group will be the playing the market dominant position. types of diversification. Concentric, this we have discussed in the beginning only. Concentration strategy, when it comes, you're concentrating only on your specialization. If you are producing some product and innovation, you will concentrate only on that. Or if you are concentration only on the segment, right? I told you about the Horlicks example, right? So that you can take. Cost concentration, right? If you are making some mobile phones only for the middle class, right, not very high and all those things, and Android phones, where attractive prices, concentrations, diversification. Horizontal diversification and vertical diversification also, we have discussed this. Vertical diversification and integration, that we have seen. Horizontal integration and vertical integration. So here what is happening? Horizontally, when you are diversifying, right? So say for example, the strategy is comparatively risky because the customers are known. So here, where an organization adds unrelated products and services for the existing customer, this is called horizontal diversification. So horizontal diversification helps you to spread the risk. How you can spread the risk? Now you are selling your mobile phones. You are selling your mobile phones. In case if the mobile phones are not that much, see, everybody is buying the mobile phone. When Nokia phone, the first time after Nokia, when the Android phone came, right, everybody wanted to buy the mobile phone. Now what is happening? People are not buying that much mobile phones, right, unless and otherwise, if there is any upgradation specially made, or mobile phone is broken and all those things, then only people are buying. But otherwise, the mobile phones are not that much, sold as compared to the initial phase, right? So in that situation, now, the mobile phone company can also concentrate on the other product. They will invest in the other type of product. So in that way, what is happening? Even if the mobile phones are not performing well, you're not in a position to make profit. The other company, other product in which you are investing, then it happens. Conglomerate diversification means that it is multiple product, right? So conglomerate diversification is a growth strategy in which new products and services are added, which are significantly different from organization present product and services. In the case of horizontal, I told you that you have a presently you have one product, mobile phone, and you are also doing something else, right? A calculator, right? Or laptop, a software, right? Something not relevant to the in addition to the or present, but one only. But when it comes to this one, conglomerate means multiple product and services, unrelated. So that is what is called as a conglomerate. They've given the example. Gillette, when it comes, blades and razors, toiletries, Oral B toothbrush, right? See what and all different products are there. So that is why it is called as a conglomerate. Okay, this is a very important part. You can expect in your examination also, right? What here they are talking about? 1 minute. Okay. So here what is happening, first you have to have your objectives and strength, then go to the industry and identify sector and meeting, select sector meeting board in a broad initial criteria, and then place sector on the attractiveness, mesh matrix and all these things. So it's simply what you can say, identifying diversification. First what you have to do, you have to identify what is your vision and mission, how gap identification, the gap analysis you have to do. So after analyzing your gap, after identifying your gap, how far you have reached in your obtaining your objective, whether is there a profit gap, sales gap, time gap, you have to identify, and then you see what is the opportunity that you have. After identifying your opportunity, then you select your industry for your for the new entry. So when you should not diversify, see, when you feel that my business is not making a profit, right? Then you are going and merging in another company that is also not doing that, that is also not performing well, then it is not advisable. So you see, all the organization cannot think of diversification as a strategy. Organization do not diversify under the following condition. Example, when they are small and cannot afford to try, right? Small company, when you are trying for a diversification, what will happen? The other company which is taking care of taking over, they will finish your company, right? So that is a problem. When they have no power to sustain, you cannot decide anything. And then when they anticipate some pitfalls after after merging, after strategic alliances, after diversification, you will have a problem, legal problem in the future, when they are the first to bell the cat in that area, right? So when you can achieve, when you can attract the customers, then you don't need to depend on the other person. When the checking when on checking they find their functional skills are insufficient to diversify, when they don't want to gamble with the public investment, when they do not want to when they do not want to have attractive tax benefit after diversification. Turnaround strategy and corporate restructuring, same concept they are talking about. See, turnaround, what is the turnaround, how the turnarounds are happening, corporate restructuring, forms of restructuring, vertical, horizontal, conglomerate, all that, again and again they are talking about the same concepts here. That is why in this study material, when you look at it, they are the same concepts, they are again and again they are repeating. See this turnaround process, and how the turnaround process, turnaround process can be assessment of current problem. Turnaround means what? When will you do? When you are having a problem, you will have to change your thought process, right? You have to change your strategy. How will you do? You have to see your current problem, analyzing the situation, implement an emergency action plan. Analyzing situation, you can also think about the gap analysis, right? In the case of gap analysis, what is happening? What is your current problem, identify that, and then see the gap. What is your vision, mission, where have you reached, right? And then implementing an emergency. If there is a gap, more gap is there, immediately what you have to do, you have to take a action plan, you have to take emergency action plan, and then restructuring a business, and then returning to normal. So this is how turnaround, as a change process model works. Turnaround, the purpose of turnaround is that cost cutting, right? Cost cutting, you keep on doing, but you are not in a position to make profit. So in that case, what you will do, you will do the cost cutting so that you will be able to enhance your profit. Two, re-engineering. Stage 2 is re-engineering. What is the re-engineering? Whatever process that you have, whatever production process that you have, whatever value chain that you have, you will try to enhance the you will strengthen that one. And then downsizing is a method where you reduce the number of employees, right? Number of employees. What is a corporate restructuring? Corporate restructuring, basically merger, acquisition, tender offer, joint venture, divestiture, spin off, corporate control, etc. They are talking about. This is same concept what they are talking about. In this, no, the most important one is, okay, we'll see one by one. Merger, acquisition, I told you that how what is happening. Tender offer is that alternatively a public tender offer may be made to the shareholder for purchase of shares, right? So that is, tender offer means what? You give tenders to the public to buy your So you provide tenders to the public to buy your shares. Joint venture we have discussed. Divestitures we have discussed that we are taking out your investment or selling. Spin off means what? You are already merged your companies, right. Spin off means what? You are dividing again, further dividing. It's called as a spin off. So say for example, spin off refers to a creation of new legal entity by a parent company. You are having one company, right? One company that, because of the tax purpose. I'll give you one example. Spin off, the example we can say that I'm running a company, but because of my profitability, I am having a 30% tax slave, right? I'm coming in the 30% tax slave. So what I will do, I wanted to reduce the tax. In that case, my operation I will divide into three. So say for example, in case of hotel industry, the transport I will start a different company. So transport I will remove from the hotel business, and then that will be started as a separate business. Then restaurant also I will again make it as a separate business. So in this case, no profit will be reduced. When the profits are reduced, then individually the business unit can take advantage. So that is what is the example of a spin-off means what? One companies are created into multiple small entities called as a spin-off. And what is a split off? Split off is a portion of existing shareholders receive stocks in the subsidiary in exchange of a parent company.
Excuse me, sir.
Yes.
You said that company is going to be created for from the parent company. So it is based on their product, or it is based on the brand, or it will be like based on their doing business as.
It is all when you're talking about spin-off, right? Any decision that you have taken, see, for strategic perspective, I'll tell you, if I'm taking one decision, that decision, when I am making it into multiple, it is called as a spin and split. Could you follow? So the only one thing that you should remember, spin and split, what they're talking about, whether you are merging everything into one unit, or you are dividing into multiple units. That is what. So here the decision only we have to take into consideration. When you are making a decision, that particular decision, you are dividing it or combining it. That is what you have to look at it. Did I make
So
myself?
yes, sir. Yes, sir. So shall we make a example over here as ITC, that ITC introduced cigarette, and then the taxes were more, and then they introduced the FMCG products
Yes,
to
yes, yes,
reduce.
that's the best thing you could relate now. That is the best example you can relate here.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
Yes. See, this exchange offer and all, no exchange offer, share repurchase and all, the buyback only. Share repurchase is a buyback. Buyback is a concept which is used when the company's shares are, not in demand, oversupply. Then the company share market will go, it will get affected. So in that case, company can buy back its own shares. So that is what is the concept. It's a strategy again used for by the company in case of a alliances, a strategic movement. Exchange offer is that when one company is acquiring another company, so they give you exchange offers. If you are having 2 shares, I'll give you 1 share in my company, right? If you are having 5 shares, I'll give you 1 shares in the company. Is exchange offers. What is this buyout? Buyout means basically called as a management buyout. Management buyout means what? When you buy the management, that is when you are buying the company, buy with the board of managers. And what is the leverage buyout? Leverage buyout means what? You are buying the company with the debt capital. Now you see, leverage buyout are very risky because of the high interest burden on the loan repayment obligations, right? You want to buy the another company, but not with your own money, by borrowed capital. When the borrowed capitals are there, interest obligation is a huge. That is a big problem. So restructuring, portfolio restructuring, organizational restructuring, functional restructuring, financial restructuring. So portfolio restructuring means what? Investment, right? When you are having investment in one particular specialized product or multiple product that you take into consideration. And organizational restructuring, when it comes, the top level, that is corporate level, business level, functional level, operating level, that are there, right? So that when you are restructuring, it is called as organizational restructuring. Functional restructuring, what are the different function? Purchase, R&D, manufacturing, sales, inventory, all that you can take into consideration. Financial restructuring is a concept used for share capital, right? A capital structure, instead of having more equity, you are also combining debt capital. Instead of having more debt, you sell your debt, redeem your debt, and then you do what? You do your, concentrate on the equity. Merger acquisition, one thing you should understand, because I've already explained the concept of merger and all. You remember that marriages, right? Marriages, how marriages happen, similarly this corporate merger also happens. That is why this there are, there are books, standard books, corporate mergers, right? Corporate marriages, what is happening? As in the case of marriages, we have an engagement. So similarly, here also they have a corporate engagement agreement. What is this engagement agreement? When one company is wanted to buy the company of another company, they will do the negotiation process, right? Boys house, they will come and inquire. Girls house will go to the boys house. Similarly, acquiring company will go to the acquired company. Acquired company will go to the acquiring company. They will get to know each other. But here there is a concept called NDA. NDA. What does this NDA means? Non-disclosure agreement. Non-disclosure agreement. In the case of corporate merger, what is happening? Before when you are signing corporate engagement agreement, one company, when they are signing in this one, in NDA, they are not supposed to tell the confidential information about acquiring company to anybody else, right? It is similarly, if a boy come to know about the girl's character, girl's family and all, you cannot disclose that one to others. You cannot disclose that one to others, because that will affect her future. So similarly, when a weaker company is there, when a profit making company is wanted to take over the weaker company or loss making company, when you come to know about the strategy which have been implemented, that you cannot disclose. So that is why they are signing what? NDA, non disclosure agreement. Okay, once this corporate engagement agreement is signed, then they will proceed for the corporate marriages, that is corporate mergers. So in the case of mergers, why they are doing it? The purpose of merger is that to take a tax advantage, to reduce the risk, to take a competitive positioning, right? All these things can be taken into considerations. They are giving this evolution only. See now, the motives: improve economies of scale, gaining managerial expertise, market supremacy, to play, to be a market leader, acquiring new product or brand name, diversifying the portfolio, reducing the risk and the borrowing cost, taxation or investment incentives. Functional strategy we have already discussed, right? What are the different functions are there, that we have already discussed, so I'm not discussing this. We'll move to the 5th unit because we are running out of time. Again, functional strategy, they are talking about the same thing. We'll move to the 5th unit. All this I have given you in the form of a chart. See here, functional strategy, when it comes marketing, financial, each one I have given you. The strategy also I have given. What are the different concepts are there, all that I have told you. Production strategy, logistics, everything that I have given you here. So we are moving on to the 5th unit. Okay, 5th unit basically, is it visible? Yeah. 5th unit basically they talk about, the strategic implementation. So for strategic implementation, I have to tell you how the formulation is done and how implementation is done, that we will see the difference, because sometimes this kind of question also they are asking in your past papers. So here what they are telling you, that strategic formulation, it is happening in the initial stage, it is done at the corporate level, and where in the case of implementation it is done at the functional level or operational level. It is a process type when it comes formulation logical, but strategic implementation, it is only operational. You don't need to do any analysis, just do what the instruction given by the corporate level that you have to follow. It is emphasis on the effectiveness and it is efficiency, how efficiently you are implementing, that is what is it's talked. But here how effectively you frame, forecast, predict, all that. Responsibility at top level, functional or operational level, it is planning, it is execution.
Sir, we are in unit 4 or unit 5, sir?
Unit 5.
So in the study material, it is unit 4, functional strategies.
That is over. I told you that
Okay.
I've already
So
discussed separately. So
yes,
I'm
sir.
not
So
going through that. I'm going through the fifth unit, fifth unit.
we have
This
to
is
go
my
to part 2.
PPT. Yes, yes.
Part 2.
Yeah, part 2 we have gone. Now I will tell you the PPT, and then I will take you through the study material,
Okay,
because
sir.
the PPTs are more clear than the study material. Okay, strategic implementation is a supporting factor. Here what is this, what is happening? Action planning, or is organization structure, human resource factor, annual business plan, monitoring and control. These supporting factors should be there for implementation. Example, if the top level managements are giving you some some work for you to implement what and all, can you do it on your own? No, you need a action plan, how, when, what to be implemented you need. And then organization structure, who is the leader, who is the boss, who is the subordinate, and what is their roles and function, you should know. And then human resource factors, what is the strength of the human resources, what is the retirement, the gap you should identify. Annual business plan, what is the target, objective, goal, that should be there. Monitoring and control, who is doing that, needs to be taken into consideration. Issues in strategic implementation, when it comes project implementation, procedural implementation, different types of implementation. What are the project implementation? When it comes, how the project is going to be implemented, because there are various issues are there. The main issue in the case of project implementation, the clearances, right? Clearances. And then viability, feasibility study and all is a big question here. And then procedural implementation, there is a delay. Network diagram, yesterday's class we have discussed, you remember? Network diagram, in that case, each procedure takes time, so you cannot speed up the government process. So that needs to be taken into consideration. Organization structure and strategy, resource allocation, functional policies, communication strategy, leadership, challenges to change, pre-implementation, evaluation strategies. These are the issues. And the 7S framework, which was there in the third unit, right? Third unit, I told you that I will discuss this in the fifth unit. What here basically they talk about 7S, right? 7S. So here the 7S, it is who brought this one. It was introduced by Robert Waterman and Thomas, right? So this you remember. And here 7S they are talking about. What are the 7S? This green yes, strategy, structure, systems are the hard S. So these are done by the top level. And the other one, right, soft yes is no, skill, staff, styles and all, these are internal, right? So based on this one, you have a shared value is happening what, when you have a strategy and clubbed with the skill, staff, style, system and structure, you get the value enhanced. So that is what here they are talking about. 7 years framework is best used for implementation. When you are implementing a strategy, you should have a coordination among the all the yes, then only you'll be able to increase the value of the organization. Then activating strategy, how to activate the strategy? It is institutionalization of strategy. What is the institutionalization? Whatever strategy that you do, you have to first communicate, right? Communicate, and you have to get the acceptance from the employee, your team members. If it is not done, then institutionalization means what? You have to convey this message to everybody in the organization. So that is the way of communication. Formulation of action plan and programs. What is the action plans and programs? So in case if it is not going well, what is the action that you have to take? Then translating general objective into specific objective, because general objective is fixed for the entire lifespan of the organization. Then you have to make it a specific objective. Specific objective, what you have to do, specific objective when you are doing it, you have to see for a particular year, your what is your target. Resource mobilization and allocation, power play, commitments of past, resistant to changes, all that you have to take into consideration, how you are going to allocate your resources, available resources, and then you do. See, in the first chapter I told you these types of organization. I told you that in the fifth chapter I will discuss. So functional level organization structure, where talks about you have only function: sales function, marketing function, engineering function. Divisional structure, when it comes in that sales, right, in the case of sales, you have a product 1, product 2, product 3, you have a division. And then you have a flat means what? 1 to 1 only. There is no middleman between the manager and the employee. And a matrix is a component which combines a functional and divisional, right, cross functional teams and functions, right. So here they are talking about functional manager, sales 1 and sales 2, again functional manager, marketing 2, again functional manager, engineering manager, right. So matrix is a component which has basically it is used for project kind of a things, right. So in a company you have a project 1, project 2, project 3. So here all these people can be utilized for any purpose. And then procedural implementation. The procedural implementation, I told you, licensing requirements, FEMA requirements. Why this procedural implementation is very important? When you are starting a company, you have a capital, right? How to raise capital? Either you can bring your own capital, or you can bring debt capital, borrow money. You can also bring capital through foreign exchanges, right? When you're bringing foreign exchanges, you have to get foreign requirements, right? FEMA requirement is saying what you have to open a separate account, foreign currency separate account you have to open, and that should be maintained, right? In the company name you have to open. So that is there. And foreign collaboration procedures, when you are collaborating with a foreign country, foreign companies, you have to see whether that country, the company which is located, is a enemy country or friendly country. You have to understand, then only you'll be able to collaborate. And then capital issue requirements, import and export requirements are the procedural implementation. This is a we have to take into consideration. Behavioral implementation, when it comes leadership, organization structure, and value and ethics. What is the leadership? What kind of leadership leadership style that you are adopting, that you need to keep in mind. Organization culture, when it comes, what is the culture means what's a set of beliefs, value system which is prevailing in the organization, right? Culture means it's set of beliefs which are prevailing in the organization, that needs to be taken into consideration. And why this organization culture should be taken into consideration, especially when you are going for a strategic alliances, when you are going for, there is a problem, cultural shock. The concept of cultural shock. The cultural shock means what? Take example, when somebody, you take example of India only, somebody from Odisha, they are coming to Chennai, right? And somebody from West Bengal, they are coming to Chennai, and somebody coming from Delhi to Chennai, what is happening? You will have South Indian food, right? And people might not like to have a rice base all the time, or pongal base in the morning. So this is a shock is there. So similarly, this is one simple example I can say, that multiple examples I can say. The procedures, the process, the reporting practices, communication, leadership, all are not same, right? So depending on the culture, it keeps changing. So that is also, when you're merging one company with another company, the culture of one organization will also significantly affect the other organization. Values and ethics should be taken into consideration in the strategy, because without value and ethics, you can achieve your organization goal in a short run, but in a long run you will be nowhere. Functional implementation, you have to give the guidance. What is the guidance? Because they are implementing, and you have to give the guidance how it has to be done, that needs to be given. Strategic control, what is the control? When there is a, you are finding the gap between formulation and implementation, and you see the gap, and you have to do what? You have to take control. You have to take a control. So here how it is done, the process is done: measurement of organization progress, get the feedback for future action, linking the performance and rewards, so you will be able to make the gap. What is the control process? Set the standard, measure the actual performance, comparison of actual performance against the standards, analyzing variance, reinforcement of corrective actions. Strategic control techniques, when it comes to premise control, strategic momentum control, strategic leap control, implementation control, all this they are having. This change you don't have. So what we will do, I will take you through. One minute, let me stop this. See, planning and resource allocation, what they are talking about, this is mostly of the strategic formulation and control, right? Implementation only. So here, this what you have discussed in the case of this management concepts, that what is the planning, how planning is done, planning premises, the same concept they are talking about, how planning is helpful, the difference between policies, procedures, program, rules, and all they are talking about. Organization structure and culture, this we have seen that different structure that I told you, that what are the different structures we have, see, functional department, how it is done, five common forms of departmentalization, and then different terminologies, right? Geographic departmentalization, product departmentalization, right? Organization structure, basically it talks about what is the, the hierarchical structure in, given in the organization. That is what here they are talking about. Managing change. What is this change in this? One important thing is, this is a very, very important question. Repeatedly, they are asking in the examination. Levin's three-step model. Levin's three-step model. What is this Levin's three-step model? First, let us understand what is the change management. Change management, basically, when the company is making some strategy, right, through which they are making some modification in the, either in the structure or leadership style or culture, right, functional strategy, anything that if they do, what will happen? Then there is a problem. There is a problem. Then there is a resistant, there is a resistance. This, because of this resistance, what will happen? These employees might not be willing to adopt the strategy which are, given by the organization. So that is why what three steps what they are talking about, whenever you have a system, that is frozen, right? Any system which is there frozen, in the sense, what is happening when you are working in a company, in an organization, when you are working in an organization, you are used to a particular system, right? You get up at a particular time, you go there, work, reporting, right? All
वहां
that
पे
is
खींच के
used.
लगा दोगे तो और अच्छा होगा, नीचे से उठा के नहीं, खींच के लगा।
Mr.
लगा के
Ravi
क्या?
Rai, you have any doubt? Okay, thank you.
Sorry, sir.
Okay, thank you. So here, what is happening when you are used to one particular system in a particular organization, and you wanted to move from that organization to another organization, what will you do? You need to change it. How to change? You have to forget that whatever system, right? And then you adopt the new one, then you freeze, adopt to that one. So similarly, Levin three steps change model talks about whatever system that you have, unfreeze, and then you change it, movement, and then refreeze. So the simplest example what he has given, right? The best example, given by the Levin's theory is that when you are having the ice, you wanted to make some ice cubes, right? You are putting some water in the glass bottle and putting it in the freezer. You will get which shape? Glass shape only you will get. If you wanted to change to a bowl shape, what you will do? You will have to take it out, that glass of water, ice water, outside, keep it outside, unfreeze it, then you pour it into the vessel, right, on a bowl vessel, and then you freeze it again. So this is how your change can happen. That is what is the living change model we are talking about. Power, politics, leadership, here also they are talking about how power can play. That is, it's related to the change only. They are talking about power, politics, leadership. When it comes, what kind of leadership style that you are adopting to implement your your strategy in the organization, that needs to be taken into consideration. Okay. So yesterday I told you that case study, I will discuss some case studies, how to do the case studies and all. I'll tell you now. Now you see, in any subject, right? I'm not talking about my subject alone. Any subject, when the case based question comes. Now look at this particular case. So what are the steps you should do? Quick reading you have to do what is given in the material, right? So this, when you have to do, when you're writing the exam, when you're getting the question paper, you will be reading the questions, right? That time only you should read. When you're reading, preferably put underline the keywords like this, right? When you are doing like this, when you're writing at the end of answering that C part, it is easy. What is the case type? First one, at the end of the case, questions are not given. The problem is within the case. The reader has to identify it and provide solution. So this is what I yesterday told you. When you are given a case alone, right? Somebody who's who's using office material for her personal use. When this is the case, you have to relate that to the subject, to the specific subject. You have to relate. You have to see what, before answering, you have to see what is the subject, then relate the case to the subject. Relate the case to the subject by using the terminology of the subject terminology you have to use. Subject terminology you have to use. So yesterday I told you, in case of HRM, you have to use employee morale, productivity, downsizing, right, motivation, all these terms you can use it. And then Case study 2, questions are given. This is very, very important. When the questions are given, you don't need to write much. You don't need to write much. The questions are of two types. Questions are of two types. One is they will give you absolute questions. Absolute questions. Absolute questions, they will ask you, say for example, there is a problem. They've given one problem. Just now we have seen change management. The company wanted to change the system, right? Present system they wanted to change, right? Which system they have to adopt, suggest, right? When the question is asked, that is secondary one, right? It is subjective. What is the subjective? Not absolute. You can say relative. Relative. Now they are putting you in a situation, asking you which method you will choose. So in that case you can refer, for changing, you can say, Levin's change method, you can say cultural shock, you can talk about like leadership, communication, anything you can talk. But in the case of relative, you have to write lot of points. It's a very broader perspective. Right, this is very, very broader, because when they are asking you as a executive, what would you do? So here you have to give the suggestion. I'll give you one best example. Now you're working in a company as a finance executive. Then somebody is coming and asking you, right? Top level managers coming and asking you, what will you say? Will you say yes, it is right, only you go and do your business? Will you say that? Or no, no, it is wrong, only I will correct it? You have to give explanation. Sir, this is correct in this aspect. We have done the mistake in this particular area. So these can be, eliminated. This can be overcome by taking step 1, step 2, step 3. These are the alternatives we have. So you have to give decision variable. So in the case of relative case study, when the question is asked, putting you in a situation, you have to answer all the content, you have to take into consideration. But when it comes to absolute, whatever question they're asking, now explain the Levin's change model. You have to explain only Levin's change model. How the company can implement Levin's change model, you have to write only the 3 steps, right? Unfreeze, movement, change, freeze. That's a 3 stage. Your answer is over. So when the questions are given at the end of the case, you have to see whether the question is absolute questions or relative question, and depending on that, you have to change your idea. And then moving on to this important questions, right? Because many a times they ask this part. See, in this chapter you should know this concept of vision, mission, right? Vision, mission, objective, goals. This is very, very important. Functional level strategy is not important in this particular chapter, because we have a separate chapter. Environmental analysis, all the tools, right? All the tools you should know. SWOT analysis, and then TOES analysis, gap matrix, General Electrics, McKinsey 7S, all that you should know. That I have, what I have given in the PPT, that you please be thorough with that. And that you can expect, minimum 40 marks you can expect in the end semester. Only the tools. And the some techniques that I have also given you in the we discuss in the book back also. So that also you have to study. And then strategic formulation, choice, when it comes, you should know about the this choices. You should know when it comes to choices, this diversification, integration, merger. When you are talking about all this thing, you should also know about the advantages and disadvantages, right? These two, along with that, you should know. And these strategies, right, which I told you, this also comes in the second unit only. That is generic Porter 5 generic competitive strategy, cost leadership, differentiation, focus. All this comes again in this one only. Functional strategy, you should know the difference. And the examples, like when it comes to they can ask you, what are the strategy you can adopt in the case of finance. So we have seen creative accounting, window dressing, right? And then no pat ratio analysis. All this you can write in the case of each function, right? In my PPT that I've given for each function, what are the different strategy that they can use it, that you should be very thorough with that. When it comes to implementation, how it is implemented, what are the issues in the implementation is very very important. You can take into, this is very important for exam point of view. What are the issues when it comes, you have a supporting teams like leadership, communication, control, organization structure, whether it is free structure or a strict structure, the system culture, all that you need to take into consideration. And then the change is very very important. Change is very very important, right? And with this, I believe that we have been given only 6 hours lecture. I've given you only an overview of the subject content. What I would suggest, you please go through the study material at least once. You please go through the study material at least once. And then I'm also giving sharing my email ID. I've done in the beginning. My email ID is raja.ugc@gmail.com. My email ID is raja.ugc.
Small cap, sir.
No. All small. raja.ugc@gmail.com. You please go through the study material. In case if you have any doubt, you can contact me. I'll explain to you. And the thing is that and another thing, I wish you all the best for your second semester examination. And if you have any doubt, you can ask me. I'll
Welcome. This is not correct. Not correct.
sorry, sir.
It's okay, sir. It's okay.
Okay.
Sir, can you share
Yes, Deepesh.
PPT, sir?
PPT I have already shared. 1 minute. I will share that again. 1 minute. Uh, One minute. Let me take out that. Please click the link to download the PPT.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
Okay,
This is
thank
a
you.
new. This is a new PPT or the same one?
Same one, because those who have not downloaded, they've
Okay.
asked, so I have
Okay.
given it here.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you, all the best. See you in the next semester.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Hello, is it audible? Hello, good morning.
Good morning, madam. Yes, audible.
Morning, ma'am. Yes.
Yes, madam, audible.
Good morning.
Good morning, ma'am. Is it audible now?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, we'll
Yes,
start.
ma'am.
So today I'm not going to share any PPTs. So later I can mail it to you, your email IDs and all. So hopefully I think this is the last class. 6 hours only allotted for HRM. Uh, so and one test is also there. Your apart from your regular material, that also I will try to share with you through your emails and all. Just a minute, we'll start the class. 2 minutes. Mouse give begin. Yeah. We are going to start today the last, the fifth unit. It's about industry relations. And later one question bank also I'll try to share with you through emails. So it will be, don't depend completely on that, but it will be helpful for your preparation of the examinations and all. That I can send it to you. Now let us start your industrial relations, how it is to influence on the HRM, whatever activities we are supposed to take, how we have to do the things and the, let us see how best we have to manage the things. So relations, most important.
Madam, your voice is breaking.
Yes, ma'am. The voice is breaking now.
Hi class. Why a pin drop silent?
The lecturer got dropped because of internet issue, probably.
Oh, noted.
No, it must be a break for us. It's a silence class.
Uh,
Testing operation.
How to manage human resource in silence mode.
Spying strategy.
Yeah, exactly.
Sorry, it was disconnected and all. So due to the network, it's raining heavily here. So it was got disconnected. Now I'm back. We'll start, no issue. So we were talking about industrial relations and how best the industrial relations has to be maintained from the. It is a bridging. HR is a bridging gap between the management and the lower level management and all. Industrial relations, which how best you could able to manage the system with the rules, procedures, and unions, the employees, so that effectively you can resolve the issues and disputes can be resolved. The International Labour Organization, which is talking about that industrial relations deal with either the relationship between the state and employers and workers organization, relationship between the occupational organizations themselves. I'll repeat. So what exactly according to the ILO, International Labour Organization, anytime, which is discussed and defined about industrial relation, is the relationship between the employers and the workers. So very clear. Industrial relations, which is talking about, it is a relationship between the employers and workers, worker organization, relationship between the occupational organizations themselves, right? And the concept of industrial relations has been extended among the relationship, the state of employers, workers, and the organization. So, how effectively you have to maintain a balance between employers, workers, and different organization, that smoothly you could able to manage the system, you could able to run the organization without any conflict, disputes, and
And worker means it's equal to employee.
no. Employee is the one, employers are the salaried one, workers are the wage based, right?
Okay.
So employer is who is going to hire the people. Employee is who is working for have the permanent basis, and also the one who is getting the monthly wise and also eligible for different kind of benefits from the management, like all educational fringe benefits and then CPF, all insurance, like that. Worker is a only hired person. This can be a different worker labor act will be there. According to that, the workers will be hired and managed and regulated. So it is actually talking about industrial relations among the workers. Here now employer and workers. So employer is one who is hiring the people, worker is who is working for the wage based system, and the different organization when you could have a relationship, because it is organization cannot run individually, may have certain the relationship other organizations also, right? So the how best you could able to make the balance between these three, you can resolve the issues, disputes cannot arise, and you can make the system smoothly you can run. From the various definition part, we understood that what is the ILO. According to ILO, it is the definition. Now, to brief about this particular definition, relationship is an outcome of employer-employee relationship in an organization. How you are going to manage the relationship upon your employer and the worker, that is more effective, and you should have more smoother understanding and also industrial relation facilitates harmonious relationship among the organizations by setting the framework for management and employees. So that is different organization rules and regulations for employees. Workers, there are certain different the rules and regulation according to the Labor Act. Employees will have a different relationships and different regulations, and the acts are will be there. According that they will behave, and they have to be regulated and all. And industrial relation is based on the mutual compromise and adjustment for the benefit of both the parties involved. So here, what exactly we are trying to do, what the effort we are trying to take. So we are trying to compromise both of them, because the dispute, to avoid the disputes, what is mandatory, what is necessity here. If the disputes we are trying to avoid means we need to compromise both the parties. If any kind of a misunderstanding comes, make them understand and compromise with the work and work culture and their benefits and all, whatever it is. They have to sit together and resolve the issues and all. And it is not just like that you can formulate, it is a legal system. Industrial relations, it is a legal state, and legal system also have role to play in the maintenance of conflict free industrial environment and all labor. So what is a legal system here? We are all heard about that. That is a labor acts, industrial regulation act, all these things means it is a governing body who are entitled for what kind of a benefits one can entitle. So all these the regulations will be detailedly discussed in the labor laws and labor system, and the legal system is also playing a vital role in maintaining the relationship. Different parties in the system with a well defined role in the management, employees and the unions. So here what exactly we required, we required a person who can balance between all these the parties and all. And the next thing is the concept. What is the concept here? The concept is one which is maintaining the balance between employer, worker, and the other organization. For which what we required? We required a skilled person. We required a skilled and who can balance between all these three and all. What are the objectives of industrial? Why do we need to study? Why? What is the role of industrial relations? The study in an HRM. So the objectives are inclusive of this. The industrial relations objectives are, the first one is to safeguard the interest of the labor and the management by prevailing one of the players from getting the strong hold over the other. See, I'll brief it. So what exactly talks about it here? The objectives are safeguard the interest of the labor. Means here we are not talking about the interest, will and wish. Interest means protecting his rights. How many hours he is supposed to work, what is the work he has to do, what he is entitled for it, what are the benefits he has entitled for it. That is safeguarding labor's interest, labor's activities, and safeguarding labor's the rights. So for that the certain laws are there, that is labor laws and all. So the industrial relations, actually we are focusing on how to safeguard the labor by whatever the management is implementing, whether it is feasible, whether it is justifiable or not. So that is what the industrial relations are existing. And the second objective of industrial relations is to develop and secure mutual understanding and good relationship among the players in the industrial setup. So secure and mutual understanding. See, what is the purpose, what is the aim of establishing this industrial relations, labor act, all these things? Because we wanted to secure the mutual understanding. Mutual understanding means there should be like what our management is perspective and what is the labor expectations, both should match. There should not be any conflicts. What the benefits they wanted to provide and what are the expectations of the labor or the workers should match and should compromise. In that way, there is no room for any kind of a misunderstandings or conflicts and all, right? That is the smooth understanding of good relationship among the players in the industrial setup. And the next objective is maintain the industrial peace and harmony by preventing industrial conflicts. What exactly we are trying to do it by implementing industrial relations? Here the peace and harmony. What is the peace here? Because if you avoid, if you eradicate the misunderstandings or any kind of irregularities and all, so automatically it will be management and their activities with both the parties will have a peace and harmonious relationship among them. So there is no room for again the conflicts when they have a better understanding and all. And the next thing is to improve the standard of living of the average worker by providing basic and standard amenities. So this is also one of the most important things. See, extracting the work for 10 hours and management is giving only for the 8 hours work. No. So this kind of a malpractices, this kind of irregularities and things, the biasness. So if any injustice happens to the worker, they are trying to make a regularity in their system. And also what they are trying to do it here, basic standard, because to living, what are the minimum necessities, what is the minimum standard of life, at least the worker should entitled for that. So the pay should be according to that. Management has to take certain steps to provide a minimum amenities to provide a standard of living for the worker. It is not that I'm paying that it's the matter. 8 hours pay I'm paying. No. So it is a responsibility of the management, minimum standard of living for the workers they have to provide. So that is
Excuse me,
the,
ma'am.
yeah, please.
Ma'am, PPT is not visible.
Yeah, I'm not sharing PPTs, sir, because due to network issue here, if I'm sharing, it is getting disconnect and all. So that's why. So don't worry, just listen to it today. Tomorrow I will forward. Once I'll back to the station, I'll forward all the PPTs to the emails and all. Last time
Okay.
also, last week I sent the entire the material. Still some question bank and today's and the PPTs I'll share it by mail. Okay, you can make use of that.
Okay, ma'am.
Okay, kindly bear with today this issue, and we'll proceed. So that to increase the productivity by minimizing industrial conflicts and maintaining harmonious industrial relationships and all. So if there is no conflicts, no misunderstanding, if everything is going smoothly and all, then what will come? Automatically the productivity will increase. I mean, like if the worker is satisfied, he'll put or she will put his maximum efforts. They put their complete the quality. They enhance quality, quantity of the work will come. Automatically, the productivity will enhance. Right. So that is the one advantage when the worker is satisfied. So this satisfaction, how it will come? When there is an understanding between the management and the worker. The next thing is to ensure the discipline in the organization and in the industry. That is also very much important. Discipline in the organization, I mean, otherwise, if one should have to have control over the workers. If we don't have any control, irregularities will come. The workers will take an advantage of irregularity, indiscipline, all those regarding the leave, time maintenance, quality of the work, quantity of the work, mismanagement of the standards. All these things will come when there is no proper monitoring and controlling and all. So that is what we require. Even we need to have to enhance the productivity and some disciplinary action. So controlling also must be there. This is also will be there in the labor acts and labor system, industrial relations and all, to provide the basic framework for the management and employee resolve their differences and all. So whatever the differences the will have, so these differences will be can be resolved, means like by way of discussions. See, if they are anticipating workers will have an enhancing of the bonus to the 20%, 25%. Management is not willing to give 25%. Then the conflicts will arise, strikes will lockouts, all things will happen. So instead of that, what they can do it, they can make use of certain the capacity of the worker to make them understand, if this time they are not entitled to get, the next time they will be able to make it possible. So all these things are possible only through the discussions. So discussions, compromising and understanding will eradicate all the differences and all, by which what will come, then what we can say, this kind of a method is a bargaining. So you might be heard about one of the HR function is about collective bargaining. Collective bargaining means management will keep certain resolutions in front of the worker, or worker will talk about his expectations in front of the management, and both the parties will have a bargaining. So to the certain extent, and that is what called it as a collective bargaining. Collective bargaining, when it is talking about bargaining of the between the two parties, management and the workers. So if you both the parties are sit together and collectively bargain, then issues will be resolved effectively and all. These are the objectives of why do we need to have a industrial relations in an organization and all. And the next thing is about importance. Why do we implement these industrial relationships in an organization? What is the need of implementing industrial relationships in an organization? Industrial relationships is actually a key increase in productivity in industrial establishments. This is a mandatory. Key means it is a very important role it is playing, and also to enhance the moral dimensions and to eradicate unethical ways of behaviors between both the parties. So I'm not saying that all the time irregularities will happen from the worker side. No, irregularities, misconduct, and manipulations of the work, all these things, even sometimes the management middle role people are trying to take a advantage of that. So all these things, unethical practices can be regulated by implementing the effective industrial relationships in an organization and all. And also so it seeks to protect the rights of the manager also. I mean, like if the it is not only it is protecting the rights of a worker, it is also protecting the rights of a manager. So whatever the he is actually can do, and what best can be doing for the sake of the workers, also he can exercise his role effectively and all. And the next thing is set the procedure for handling the disputes. So here, if any disputes arises, if any indisciplinary actions are happening, so then how to regulate those systems, that can be set, and the procedure can be set for that, right? Employees, the management, and satisfies the how what kind of a procedures can be implemented, how this can be regulated, all those things can be taken into the consideration. And the next thing is about your emphasis, the need to keep labor in check by floating stood unions. I mean, like here, you have to always follow the unions and union leaders, talk to them, convince them, understand them, and then only the strikes or any kind of extreme activities you can stop. If you could not able to make them understand what organization is expecting and what the workers are supposed to labor has to perform, and what benefits they are entitled for this, all the clarity of understanding should be there between both the parties. If the clarity is not there, what will happen? So these labor unions will involve, and they will start creating a problems and disturbances in the management, and entire these are the root cause for the strikes or the lockouts in the system, right? And the next thing is about approaches for industrial relations. How best we can approach, how best we could able to handle these the industrial relationships in an organization. First one is the approach for the industrial relation is psychological approach, sociological approach, human relations approach, socio-ethical approach, Gandhian approach, systems approach. So these are all the 6 approaches how best we can manage, how maintain the effective industrial relationships and all. The first, psychological approach. What is the psychological approach here? See, here not always physical benefits will make the employee satisfied. No, psychological approach also will be very very effective. What does that mean of it? Means psychologically you are trying to motivate the employee, means employee, that is the workers or the labor, should feel that the protection of their company. I mean, like if I'm working here, I'm protected, my family is protected, the organization is taking care of me. I mean, no injustice will happen to me and my family. I mean, it's like psychologically he must be satisfied, and he should have a confidence that he'll have a better career opportunities, job regarding the permanent the job and also security, job security. So psychological factors, all these things makes the worker more satisfied, committed to work for the system. Sociological approach, see, as I said, not only paying for 8 hours, if you can pay them creating a like transport facility, drinking water facility, canteen facility to the workers and the labor and all. These are all the sociological needs. How best they can able to manage, so they are more satisfied with the all their involvement and their the facilities which the management is providing, and these are the things which you can connect with them. My job is done by paying the 8 hours as the wage and all. No. So apart from that, you need to pay them. You need to give them some confidence that organization is there for their needs, their support, their benefits and all. Human relations approach. See, all the times carrot and stick approach is not possible. Human relations, some people will have some family problems, psychological problems, could not, every day he is working, coming on time and all, but only 2 days he is bit late to the organization. Not only late, I mean like any taking the leave or performing quantity of the work and all. Sometimes what will happen, you cannot take a very strict action. You try to understand, that is a human relations, means try to understand a sincere worker why he is doing so, what makes him to do so, any problem and all. Human approach, try to talk to them, communicate them, try to understand the problem, so that makes him or her more satisfied. So the organization is taking care of me, like that. And the socio-ethical approach, socio-ethical approach is also very important.
I'm not hearing
Socio-ethical
anything.
approach, what is that
Is it
here?
inside only?
Ethical, see, one is very close to me, I cannot give a preference. No biasness should be maintained, it should be equal to everyone, right? And Gandhian approach, what is the Gandhian approach? See, here we are not taking any severe action, punishments and all. We are making them to realize what mistake they made through communication, counseling, or any other approaches and all, right? So we are not taking any strict action, eradicating the rusticating or improve removing the employee worker and all. No, we are not taking any harsh action against to the worker or the labor. So we are making them to realize, and see, these are all the different approaches are there, but the thing is which one is suitable to that particular context and the organization, to that particular labor or the workforce. So it is a decision will be taken by that particular organization. It is not common to all, it is all depends upon time to time, organization to organization, it will be vary. So these are the different approaches which can management can follow to maintain a better relationship among the among the management and the labor and all. So that is what it is called about. As a labor, a Gandhian approaches is a non-violent approach. Means not taking any kind of strict actions and the punishments and all. No violence will be taken. So only to make them to understand with the people and all. And the next one is who can maintain these industrial relations and all. The industrial relations can be maintained between employees, employee representative, employers association, and government, courts and tribunals. So we are talking about government, tribunals also, courts and tribunals also. So like these are the things. Say so those who are all the parties involved in maintaining the relationships and all. If anything happens, labor relations, government need to be taken into the consideration and all. The government will take into the action, and the labor laws will imply. If any injustice, without, if the worker has to be removed, 3 months notice has to be given, or proper justification has to be shown. Some laws will be there. If not, they can go for always refer the case to the court or government, and they laws they can take a help, and they can seek for the justice and all. And the next one is who are all the trade unions. Now let us move on to the trade unions, and what is the role of trade unions, and how do we deal with these trade unions and all. Let us move on to that. So the trade unions are the bodies. It is a constitute a body of the persons who are working for the power, who are actually working for the justice, and who will enjoy the power and status, and to support the employees and the labor. So here both the terms I'm using it. Don't confuse yours. Employees and the labor both will have a different organizations or associations will be there. For employees, different associations will be there. For the labor, different organizations will be there and all. Right. So, but trade unions are working for the both. How the make the justice? But with these trade unions will have a certain power to talk with the management and resolve the issues and all, and their power is used for as a weapon regarding organization in the industrial relations and all. But sometimes these power, they are in movies, you might have been seen in movies. I mean that they are misusing their power, means that when they are talking with the management as a bridging gap between the labor and the management, so they are working for sometimes their own selfishness and their benefits and all. That is what secondary. But usually trade unions are there to talk about as a bridging gap between the management and the labor, and these they are fighting for, they are demanding for their demands: increase the wages, improvement in the working conditions, and additional benefits and welfare measures. So why they are working, what is their role? I'll repeat once again. So these trade unions, actually the main job, the existence of the trade unions are for the sake of increasing the wages. So if the wage is not sufficient, cost of living is increased, wage system is still maintained the low. So if the labor was reporting the case to the unions, then the labor trade unions will exist, and they will demand for the increasing the wages for the people. And the next one is improvement in the working conditions. Not providing the safety measures or drinking, sanitation, all these things. Working conditions are not fulfilled a proper. So to improvise the working conditions also, they will work and they will demand for it. And the next one is the additional benefits and the welfare measures. Any additional benefits, as I said, sanitation, or family benefits, transportation, canteen, any other benefits, if they wanted it through the trade unions, they can fight, they can put forth their demands and all. In some cases, what will happen, the political parties make use of these trade unions, and they will misuse their powers. What will happen, they are misusing their powers and all. Right. So that is what happening and all. So it is not fair enough, but still this is all happening. And what this is about the trade unions. And what is the role of the management here? The management has to play a very very critical and key role. How to deal with the trade unions, and how to maintain the. So what exactly will happen here? That management has to play a very very key role, and they have to maintain the better relationship with these trade unions. They cannot all the time. They cannot play on the tunes of the trade unions. It is not possible to obey all the trade unions demands and all. It is only certain extent only they can accept, and try to convince them not to go for beyond the limits, beyond the certain things and all. So like that. So for this, the HR should have a very very effective communication skills, labor laws, knowing about it, legal aspect. Then only he or she can able to manage the trade unions. Otherwise, it is very very critical to manage the trade unions. And next one is the government role. What is the role of the government in trade unions? So in government also playing a very very limited role. We don't have any much role to play here. It is only in terms of if the trade unions management could not able to resolve the issues, then the government will came to the existence, into the picture. If the trade unions are not able to convince, or management not able to convince the trade unions, so then if the issues are going beyond the limit, then only the government will take a part and try to resolve the issues. The process is called it as a coalition, arbitrator, or adjudication. Okay, so these are the roles which the government is going to play to resolve the conflicts among the management and the trade unions and all. And how best the trade industrial relations programs can be maintained, the industrials to make the successful industrial relationships and all. So there are certain three main considerations need to be taken into the matter. One is the individualized thinking, means the one who has to think as a individual, it is not as a group. Individualized thinking makes imperative administrator to consider the entire situation in which affected individual. See here, what is individualized thinking? Management or a trade union must think as, if I am the labor, if I am the employee of this organization, what could be the minimum demands, what could be my minimum rights, and if I am the management, so what is the role or what is the feasible benefits can I be given to my employees. So it is, you have to think in a individualized basis. It's not common. So that is the way how you can think. Policy awareness, so just like that, enhance 25%, enhance the 50%, you cannot demand. There is a policy is there, so what extent they can increase year wise, if they are following it or not, why they are not following it up, all these things that they should know about them. The consistency in enhancing the bonus or the facilities, so whether they know about the rules and regulations, are there any policy matters, so all these things one should know. The person who knows about this only can talk to the management regarding the any facilities or demands which arises from the worker side or a labor side. And the expected group reaction, once you are implementing all these things and all, so what could be the group reaction of the industrial relations and all. While expected group reaction is the balances when we know about human nature in groups against the individual situation in the light of policy that has been formulated and implemented and all. What will happen here? See, expected group reactions, whatever the demands you are putting forth in front of the management, what could be the reaction of the management? What the decision they are taking, how they are reacting to the situation. Okay, so that is the thing. So to undertake this, so what are the qualities it is required? The one is communication. So decisions, effective decisions can be taken in industrial relations. So when one should have a communication, yes, effective communication. It is actually very much important to make them understand a communication between the both the parties. Even the trade unions must put forth their demands very clearly, and the management also should understand and make them understand what is feasible, what is not feasible. So for to make them understand, you should not be very arrogant, irritated, frustrated, no negative qualities and all. So how cordially you can make them understand what is feasible, what is not feasible. For this, the manager, HR manager, or the management who is handling this issue should have a good communication skills and all. And the next thing is about relations. So the relationships also very much important. What is the relationship here? So you, how best you can maintain the relationship among the unions, union staffs, associations, so that much it is a good for the organization to resolve the issues. Only at the time of demands and the issues not to meet, it is only for casual talks, sometimes making them to understand their feelings, what are their expectations. Casual talks also maintaining a good relationships by which they feel more satisfied, and there is a less room for the conflicts and all. And one should have a competency. What is the competency here? Managers and supervisors need to develop the competency handling the industrial, such as competency means you should have eligibility, you should have a, what we can say, must have that capability of handling the issues. If you don't have a competency on handling the issue between the both the parties, it leads to the severe cause for the problem, and it will lead to strikes, lockouts, or heavy damage to the system. And discipline and conflict, this is also has to be maintained very efficiently by the both the parties, discipline and the conflict. So see how disciplinedly actions you are taking, both the by employees as well as employers adhere to the rules and regulations of the company. So if any indisciplinary actions are coming, but still you're fighting for your demands against the management, it is not justifiable, isn't it? So when it is justifiable, when you are following all the rules and regulations and within the purview of the discipline, if anything went wrong, then only it is eligible for resolving or can have a can talk about. So requirements of a successful industrial relations program and all. The basic requirements on which the successful industrial relations program is based on top management support. Top management service. Since industrial relations are functional staff service, it must necessarily be derive its authority from the line of organization. And the next one is a sound personal policies. Should be maintained a sound personal policies among the people and among all the parties. Adequate practice should be there to maintain these kind of issues and all developed by the professionals. And detailed supervisory training must be there, right? So the follow up of your results, so what exactly we have done till now, and then what exactly we are going to do this, whatever the when your the discussions are over, you need to understand about what is the trade unions feedback, workers feedback, labor unions feedback, whether they are satisfied or not satisfied. All these things can be taken into the consideration, right? And the next one is the meaning of your trade unions. Trade unions, the what is the trade union here? It's a combination of temporary or permanent, a formed primary purpose of regulating the relationship between workmen and employer, or between the workmen and workmen of the between the employers. See, it is only the trade unions are, it is a relationship or it is a defined by combination of temporary or permanent. Either they may be a temporary organization or permanent organization, but primarily they are there to regulate the relationship between the workman and employer. So for what they are existing? They are existing for workmen and employers, between the workmen and workmen, between the employer and the employer. Any issues arising between these parties, these people are there to resolve the issues and try to maintain the balance between the two and all. And analysis of above definition, what it is talking about, it's a combination of the workers or the employees. So either the people, they can choose how these trade unions will form. It is among the workers or employees they can form themselves. The combination should be a permanent or temporary staff and could include federation of two or more unions. Can be, anything can be, right? So anything can be. And to regulate relations among the workmen, between workmen and employer. So from where it was started, trade union concept and all, trade unions are created during your industrialization and modern industrialization conditions. Industrial revolution destroyed an earlier way of life and left the individual worker who was protected by the customary values to drift by himself, and anatomy of town gathered and workers together around the employer. So it is not, concept is not the new. It is a very age old concept to protecting the rights and the of the worker. These people are formulated and they are working for the sake of the benefit of all the workers, for the sake of their betterment. And how this these trade unions will have the role to, what are the functions they'll perform. First function is the provision of friendly services such as place of leisure pursuits, information about job existing in their factories, games and outings and all. The provision of social services such as insurance against the old age employment, strikes, payment, hospital fee, legal services, regarding anything. So you can discuss the matter with the unions. If anything insufficient or any irregularities or any biasness is there related to this, you can always refer to the case to the trade unions. They can fight for the rights to protect your rights and all. And then related to the wage bargaining, collective wage bargaining with the employer, safeguarding the job of the workers, without notice, without reason, if one can be removed, so they can talk about it. And the collective bargaining, what the rights you are entitled for it, they can discuss, they can talk about your rights. And the collectively, so enhancing the wage or enhancing the facilities, social living facilities, economic facilities, that also can be taken care properly. And the political activities and the political pressure reforms, if anything is there on the trade unions, that also they can be taken care, so not to influence any political parties on the trade unions and all. They can have a better the payment system. And excessive work they are taking but the payment has not given, that also they can be regulated and all. Poor working conditions, that also they can refer the case to the labor unions, trade unions. The trade unions will fight for the demands, fight for the justice to these conditions can be improvised and all. And to develop the cooperation with the employers also, they can work hardly. And arouse the public opinion in favor of the labor. In favor of the labor means anything which is related to the labor favor. See, we are not talking about all the time labor favor, because but when you're talking on behalf of the labor, this is also very important that you should the fight in a justifiable, in a feasible manner. It is not that unimaginable things, unfeasible, I mean, which are not feasible at all. If you are demanding with the management is also not in a position to fulfill all the demands. So that's what. So there should be some the collective bargaining procedure should be entertained, and both the parties can sit together and can take the decision which is feasible, which is not feasible and all. And also the arouse the public opinion in favor of the laborers and all. To secure some of the shares to the profit in the control, sometimes what will happen, management would like to take a share in the profits, I mean allot to the employees and the labor. So share profit sharing. So this is also what procedure they are following, what percentage or procedure they are following, what is a favor to the system, that also they can talk about it. And what are the definite objectives of these trade unions? Take labor out a competitive process because of number of workers freely, I mean working for the job, but what is the less wages they are getting, so then that case the unions can fight for them to get the proper wages system and all. And negotiate at all the levels employees for the wages conditions of the work. Means like any level the worker is working and the wages are insufficient, in that matter the trade unions can take a part and can talk about it. To protect the workers in their in a alive right to hire the better the life and all, to enhance the lifestyle, better living conditions and all. So this is also they can talk about it. And they can enhance their living style or living status, a better condition, working conditions and all, the company can make it. So for that, in that aspect also trade unions can talk about it. And obey the rules and regulations is the most important part. See, we'll demand everything, but it should be everything within the limits of disciplinary action, then only it is entitled to talk about in favor of the labor with the management. Only when they are in the disciplinary under the disciplinary actions and all. And protect and promote the interest of the workers. So basic requirement, bottom line is, so why do they are working? They are protecting the and promoting the interest of the workers and all. And the next thing is whatever the legal issues are there, legal assistance also can be provided. And the improve the economic status of the workers also can be done. And protect the jobs for the workers against the layoffs, retrenchment, etc. If suddenly the labor will be removed, retrenchments are taken off, layoffs will be taken off, then also that you can refer to the trade unions seeking for the justice and alternative, what can be done better. and ensure the workers to get a per rule pension, provident fund, compensation, injuries, all these things. So if any matter related to this, so if you are not getting, if you are not entitled for it also, you can talk to them, the trade unions individually, because these trade unions are individually, we are not able to talk, neither we demand for the system. So through the trade unions we can refer our request demands to the management, put forth our demands in front of the management and related to any of these matters, and ensure the workers better health, safety, welfare standards and all. See, like working conditions, the health and safety measures, management's responsibility. If they are failed to do so, so in that case also the labor trade unions can fight for providing a better working conditions to the labor. And the voice of the participation in the factory management. Sometimes participative management the organizations will entertain. So if it is feasible, you also can demand for that. And if the management accepts, then they can also take a part in the decision making and all. So all these are the objectives of the trade unions and all. So like we'll stop here.
Excuse me, ma'am.
Yeah.
Ma'am, difference between the worker, employee, and workman, labor. Can you please elaborate in a short?
Yeah, fine, absolutely. See here, as I said, worker, workman. See, worker is the one who is purely based on the wage, right?
Okay,
Workman
ma'am.
is the one skilled job or non-skilled job, who may be the permanent or temporary, can entitled for certain benefits. Workman, right?
Okay, ma'am.
And employee is the one salaried person, month wise he is getting for a tenure. It is not daily basis, on it is not a unskilled job, it is a skilled job. On particular tenure he is going to entitled to get his remuneration, and he is entitled for other benefits also, like provident fund. All other permanent employee who is going to get can be entitled for all the benefits. Is it clear now?
Yeah, ma'am.
Yeah, Ankit. Thank you, Ankit. See, if you have, see, I could not make it full because some part, 2 or 3 pages are left it, but I'll share some question bank and PPTs. So please WhatsApp your email IDs to me. I will attach the material and send it to you, right? So wish you all the best. If you have still any doubts and all, you are free to call me anytime. I'll explain it.
Your mail ID, ma'am, please.
Malini, Malini, Malini underscore
Yes.
at dh, Malini underscore dh at yahoo.co.in, and take down my WhatsApp number. That is easy to mail your email IDs and all. 90
Yes.
439 855. 90 439 So this is my WhatsApp number. You can send your email IDs to this. Whoever will send the email IDs, I will attach all the files and I'll send it to you. Is it okay? And you can call me anytime.
Thank you.
Wish you very all the best for your exams. Right? Thank you.
Thank you,
Thanks for
ma'am.
supporting and cooperating.
Thank you, madam. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much. Okay, we'll get back to
Thank
you.
you.
Yeah. All the
Thank
best.
you,
Thank you.
ma'am.
Have a nice. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you,
Thank you
ma'am.
so much, Vijay, Pranab, Ravi, Neetu, all for each name. Thank you so much, all of you.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon, sir.
Yeah, is my screen
Good
is
afternoon,
visible?
sir.
Yes, sir.
Okay,
No,
okay.
sir.
Sir, it's visible, sir.
Okay, thank you. Okay, today we are going to see about this dividend policy. Today I will go little bit faster because we have to cover more dividend policy and working capital management in this class. So we have seen whether my slide is moving.
Not moving,
No,
sir.
sir. No.
No, sir.
Mr. Mathiara CK, please mute here.
Now it is moving, right?
It's moving, sir, but one user is not mute. Please.
Please mute yourself. Please mute yourself.
Matirasi.
I cannot do
Sir,
anything.
you have to ask
I
the
cannot mute.
admin to mute him, sir.
Yeah, admin, please mute the Madirasi. I cannot mute him.
So
I
you
think
have to
her
call the
name is
admin, sir.
Madhi Arasi. Madhi Arasi.
Madirasi. Okay, I'll start here because I don't have that much time. Madirasi, please mute yourself.
Too much of noise is coming, sir.
Please, Madirasi.
I think she is not available.
Yeah, and also I cannot remove her.
No, sir, you have to call the admin, sir, who is controlling the meeting. That person can remove him.
Yeah, I have called the people. They said they'll mute. So in the
Okay,
meantime,
Samson.
I'll start.
Yeah.
Okay. Today we are going to see about this dividend policy. We have seen about capital structure and capital this investment decision, right? Capital budgeting. That means which project you are going to, which asset we are going to invest. That is investment decision, and capital structure is which financial resource from where you are going to acquire your funds. So once you have acquired the funds, you have to pay to equity shareholders as a dividend. Okay, there is equity shareholder, uh, debt shareholder, debt capital, and preference capital. For debt capital, we will give them fixed interest, and preference capital fixed dividend will be given, right? And for this equity shareholders, they are the last. Wait a minute, madam is calling. Okay, for equity shareholders, we have to give dividend after payment. After payment to the debt shareholder and preference shareholders, the equity shareholder will get the benefit, right? That is a dividend. So if company earns profit, so certain profit will be given as a dividend to their shareholders. That is investor to the company. Okay. So dividend is the earning which are distributed to the shareholders. Earnings means profit in the particular year. Okay. The the percentage of earnings paid or dividends declared as a payout ratio, dividend payout ratio. The how much is a company earnings in particular year, and how much you are. If it is 100 rupees, company is earning. If you are giving 25 rupees, the payout ratio is 25%. That is dividend payout ratio. If the company is paying high payout, that means more dividend, then the internally generated fund is less for the company. So the company cannot reinvest their earnings. So for expansion of growth, expansion and growth of the company, they need to go for the other source for fund. If it is paying high payout to the shareholders. If it is low payout means they are getting internal fund. That means the profit is reinvested in the firm itself instead of giving dividend. So this dividend policy can affect the market value of the firm. That means if the company is based on the payout ratio, dividend payout ratio, whether the market value of the firm is affecting or not, we will see in this unit later. So next one is so there is a different view about this dividend. Somebody is thinking that that is bad because if you get dividend from, if you invest in particular company shares, if you are getting dividend, that is taxable income to you. So the somebody is thinking that that is bad providing dividend. Okay, but somebody is some investor thinking that it is a reward for them investing in the company, in particular company. They are thinking that it is a reward for them. And based on this different perception, we have to find out as a financial manager, we have to find out what is the ideal position in the dividend declaration, how do company construct the dividend policies, and what are the factors in constructing such policies. So next one is what is dividend policy. So dividend policy is if you are getting some particular amount, how much you are going to give as a dividend, how much you are going to reinvest in your business, and how often you are going to give that to the shareholders. These are the dividend policy. These are the some strategies under dividend policies. So it is mainly decide amount of dividend and the timing of dividend, how much they have to give and when they have to give. It is comes under dividend policies. So and also it is how often, when, and how much it is distributed. How much means it is how much from the company earnings in the particular year. There are three different type of dividend policies. First one is stable, constant, and residual. We'll see one by one. So first one is stable. It is the easiest and most commonly used. So here there is uniform amount. That means every year the same amount will be given as a dividend to the shareholders. The investor receive dividend regardless of whether the company earnings up or down, which means the dividend is given to the shareholder when the company earns. Okay, so if the company earns more, sometimes it is earning more, sometimes it is earning less. Without the, so in this stable dividend policy, so there is no consideration of earnings are up or down in the particular year. So every year, each and every year, they will get stable dividend. The investor get. Next one is constant dividend policy. In the constant dividend policy, the stable dividend policy, I told you in the stable dividend policy, each and every year they are getting same amount. So what is the drawback for this stable dividend policy is if the company is getting more profit in the boom years, they will not give dividend to the shareholders, more dividend. They will give only the fixed amount. But in that constant dividend policy, the dividend is based on the company earnings, constant to the company earnings. If company is earning more, they will get more dividend. If company is earning less, they will get less dividend. Okay, this is a difference between stable and constant dividend policy. In the stable dividend policy, you will get fixed amount without considering company's earning goes up or not. But in the constant dividend policy, the dividend amount will be based on the company's earnings. Next one is residual dividend policy. Residual dividend policy means it is residual policy. The residual dividend policy is also high volatile, but some investors see it as a only acceptable dividend policy. So here what they will do, if the company wants to invest a particular product, particular project, or wants to buy some assets for the company, so in this residual dividend policy, the company will focus about the company's expenditure first, that is capital expenditure, and also working capital expenditure. Working capital expenditure means the company's day-to-day operation expenditure. They will first calculate that. They will take the amount from the earnings. The remaining amount only give to the investor as dividend. That is residual dividend policy. After company's requirement, capital expenditure and working capital, they will issue as a dividend to the investor. So here in this residual dividend policy, dividend equal to net income. That means net earning during that period minus additionally equity needed for the company during that time. So they will take that money from the earnings before giving the dividend. Here next one is forms of dividend. So how this is a policy that in what type of forms?
Sorry to interrupt, sir. So you mean this constant is differ from the stable?
Stable is fixed. Constant is it is constant to company earnings. If company are this year earning 1 lakh means they will give some 10%. If it is earning 2 lakh rupees means they will give 20,000, like that, based on the earnings. In the constant dividend policy, it is based on the company's earnings.
Okay.
In the stable dividend policy, it is fixed. Residual fixed dividend policies, once the capital expenditure and working capital expenditure fulfilled, then only they will issue the dividend to the shareholders. Then now we are going to see about this forms of dividend. So here we have seen policies. Now forms. What are the forms the company can issue? First one is a cash dividend, share dividend, stock split, and scrip dividend. We will see on cash dividend means regular cash dividend. The payment, the dividend will be paid through cash, like check or DD, like that. Either cash they will give to the shareholders. And there is another concept in this. If it is more than one dividend payment made during the year, it is called interim dividends. Okay, what is, if they ask what is interim dividends? The dividends more than one payment during a year. So total dividend, therefore, it will be sum of interim dividends and final dividend, if any. Then extra cash dividend. So extra cash dividend is only it is not repeated. Only if the firm is making bumper profit in particular year, that time the company will issue the extra cash dividend to the shareholders. And special cash dividend is available. That is also won't be repeated. A special occasion like golden jubilee year, silver jubilee year, that time the company will issue the cash dividend, special cash dividend. And liquidating dividend means if the company, part of the company or entire company, they are going to sell by requesting of the shareholders, company or shareholders, if they are going to close the sell the business, they are giving the dividend to the shareholders. That time they will sell all the assets of the company and issue the dividend to the shareholders. It is not moving. Okay. This is cash dividend. Under cash dividend, I have told you regular cash dividend, extra cash dividend, special cash dividend, and liquidating cash dividend. And next
Excuse
one
me,
is
sir.
share dividend. Yeah.
Sir, it is mandatory for a firm to give the dividend to the shareholder.
Yeah. Then only the shareholders will be mandatory, means the company will decide that. If the company issues more dividend, means the company is making more profit, their company will get a reputation. At that time, they can attract more investor, right? So the company's value of the company is increased based on the share issuing of dividend also. If particular company is issuing more dividends, so all the investor are thinking that the company is performing well. If we invest in that particular company, we can get gain. Okay. So first one is in the form of cash they have given, and now it is share dividend. In the form of share, they will give us a dividend. Okay.
Sir,
Yes.
can you please say about the cash dividend?
Yeah, cash dividend, it is given in the form of cash. Okay. They'll give you, if they have announced 10 rupees per share as a dividend. If you have 100 shares, you will get 1000 rupees as a cash. Okay. If you see this share dividend and other forms of dividend, you can easily understand that. So share dividend means if the company is declaring cash dividend, instead of declaring cash dividend, the company may decide to issue the additional share. Okay, if you are having the share in particular company during, like if you have a share of SBI Bank, willing to announce dividend in this year. So they are telling that for 5 rupees per share as a dividend. If you have one share of SBI, you will get 5 rupees. Okay. In the first form, cash form, they will give as a cash, dividend as a cash. But here in the share dividend, instead of giving that 5 rupees as a cash, they will give extra shares, that is bonus shares. Okay. In this form, the firm's number of outstanding shares would be increasing. So they are giving, instead of cash, they are giving additional shares. So number of shares will be increasing.
Okay, sir.
In case of cash dividend, the firm may not be able to recycle such earnings in its business. If they have given cash, they cannot utilize that money in their business. They cannot reinvest, recycle that earnings. But if you give bonus shares, that is share dividend, they can reinvest their earnings in the business itself. Okay, it is also called as this share dividend, also called as bonus issues. How it is happening? If they are giving that 1:5 ratio, means if you have 5 shares, you will get 1 share as a dividend. That is 20%, right?
Okay, sir.
Yeah.
Sir,
The next,
one
yeah,
more
yeah.
quick question. So for the
Yeah.
interim dividend, can we say that
Yes.
quarter 1, quarter 2, quarter 3, if they give any dividend, it's and the final
Yeah.
one is in the Q4 only?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. We can say like that also, sir. That one also interim dividend. In between the year, no, they are giving.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, sir. The next form of dividend is stock split. So here bonus share they have given in the share dividend, but in the stock split they will give as if you have one stock, they will split it as a 2 or 3. Instead of giving cash or other shares, they will split your shares. If you have 10 shares of SBI, they are going to split in the ratio of 2 for 1, which means they will share your 1 share into 2. So total 10 share if you have, you will get 20 share. Okay. In the stock split, it is like that. So next one is scrip dividend. So here scrip dividend, it is another form of dividend. Here scrip or voucher will be given to the shareholders from the company. It is more flexibility. Whenever you want, you can go and you can how much money you want, uh, you can reinvest whenever you want to invest. If you are getting some scrip or voucher from the company you have invested, if you are feeling that company is now having 10,000 rupees as a share price, after 2 months it will go down to 8,000. So that time you can you can utilize this scrip or voucher dividend. That time you can redeem it, which means instead of 10,000 you can get 1 share as a 8,000 after 2 months. So it is advantage under scrip dividend. The company will issue scrip or voucher. Okay. So next one is relationship between the retained earning. Retained earning is nothing but the dividend is the company earning is either they will give us a dividend or they can utilize that money in their business, right? That is reinvestment of earnings, that is retained earnings in the business itself. So relationship between retained earnings and growth. So growth of the company here, growth equal to B into R, which means growth of the firm is based on the B is a retention ratio. Retention ratio means how much they are reinvesting their profit instead of giving profit. If it is 100 rupees profit in the particular year in this year, if they are receiving 25 rupees as a dividend and remaining 75 as a retained earning, they are reinvesting in the business, right? That 75 is the retention ratio. Then rate of return on investment. So each and every investment there will be a return, right? That is rate of return R here it is mentioned.
Can you repeat retention ratio once more?
Yeah, retention ratio, growth. This is a relationship between retained earnings and growth. Retention ratio is, I told you, the company will issue dividend or reinvest that profit. If the company is making profit, either they can give say dividend to the shareholders or they can reinvest in the business itself. Okay, if the company is making 100 rupees profit in this particular year, if they are receiving 25% of that profit as a dividend, so remaining 75% is will be retained in the business itself, reinvest in the business itself. That is retention ratio.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. So here these are the dividend decisions. Here theories, relevance theory, irrelevance theories are there. You will see this one by one with example. So here in the relevance theory there is dividend. There is a relationship between dividend announcement and dividend policies and firm value. They are telling that Gordon and Walter, they are telling that this dividend policy is relevance to the firm value. Based on the dividend policy, whether the firm value is increasing or not. They are telling Walter and Gordon, they are telling it is relevant to the firm value, dividend policies, but Modigliani and Miller is saying that the dividend policies are irrelevant to the firm value. So here we will see. First one is Walter model. It is relevance theory. So here what he is telling, dividend policy almost always affect the value of the firm, which means the dividend policy is directly relationship with the value of the firm. Okay. Here these are the following assumption. So internal financing. First one is internal financing means the company is getting finance from internal only. The earnings they will get from the retained earnings. They will not get debt or new equity. That the company will not issue the debt or new equity. They are getting fund from the internal financing from the profit only. And constant return and cost of capital. The firm's rate of return. There is a return and also cost of capital, which means if you invest, you are, even though you are getting from your profit fund for your firm through this profit, that is retained earning, there will be a rate of return and there will be a cost also for that source, and 100% payout or retention. So either the company can distribute all the dividend or they can reinvest in the business also. That is payout or retention 100%. So here the relationship between dividend and share price based on the Walter formula is given here. So market price of the company, this is, so this reflect the market value of the firm. This market price, if it is more market price, the value of the firm is more. Okay, so market price P equal to D plus R by KE, E minus D divided by KE. Here D is a dividend. So we have seen that the company either will give dividend or retention, right? So dividend is here D, and R is rate of return, K is cost of capital, E is earning per share, D is again dividend. Okay, so we'll see the sum here. So here the assumption is if the rate of return R is more than K, that is cost of capital. If your company is reinvesting the profit, so what is the return from that? What is the cost for that? If the return is more from the cost, so company what will do? Company will retain all the profit instead of giving dividend. Okay. If the R is less than K, that means return is lesser than the cost, which means the company will issue all the profit earnings as a dividend to the shareholders. Where R equal to K, which means both return and cost, it is same. So it is a indifferent point, and there is no optimum dividend policy. So here they have given one sum. You can see XYZ Limited earns 10% per share. Earns means earning per share. For one share, they are earning 10% per rupees, 10 rupees. Capitalization rate and return on investment. They have given capitalization rate, that is cost of capital, okay, and return on investment, okay. So capitalization rate here is, that is KE 10%, and return on investment R is 12%. So determine the optimum dividend payout ratio and the price of the share at the payout. So here I have told you, in this, if the R is a return rate of return is more than K, cost of capital, which means 100% retention, right? So that time dividend equal to 0. So since R is return is more than cost of capital, the optimum dividend payout ratio would be 0. That is dividend equal to 0. So according, so formula is P equal to D plus R divided by KE E minus D, right? So here, since R is more than KE, the company will take all the profit. The company will reinvest all the earnings. So that time dividend equal to 0, 0 payout. Here in the assumption, first assumption is, I have told this one, 0%. So here dividend will be 0. If you apply this for R, it is 12%, and KE is it is 10%. Then E is earning per share. They have given us 10 rupees per share in the first line itself. So 10 minus D is dividend. That is 0. No, I have told you. So if you solve this, you are getting the P equal to 120 rupees, which means the market price of the share is 120 rupees of the company. So now we have to see. I have told the dividend policy is directly relationship with the market price of the firm, that is market value of the firm. So now for the 0% dividend payout, the market price of the company is 120 rupees. So we have to see 25 rupees, 25%, 50% and 70% of payout. That time whether the market price is changing or not. So we have to see. So here at 25% payout, we are going to see here P equal to 25% means earning per share is 10 rupees they have given, right? That is for one share, the earnings is 10 rupees, which means here they have given 25% payout means, so 25% of the total earnings, that is 10 rupees, right? 25% is 2.5 rupees. So here for 25% payout, we are going to see that is 2.5 rupees plus, like that for R is already I told you, R is 12%, K is 10%. So earning is 10 rupees minus this dividend is 2.5 5 rupees, that is 25% payout, right? So if you put for 25% payout, that means the company is from the 10 rupees 25%, that means 2.5 rupees they will give us a dividend to the shareholders. That time if they are giving 25%, 2.5 rupees as a dividend to the shareholders, the market price of the firm is 115 rupees.
15.
If they are, if they are not giving dividend, the market price is 120 rupees. So then likewise we have to put for 50 rupees payout ratio. 50 rupees means 50%, 50, not 50 rupees, 50% payout ratio. So here earning per share is 10 rupees, then 50% means 5%, 5 rupees as a dividend. If you put for this 50% payout ratio, you will get the market price of 110 rupees. And next one is 75% payout ratio. This 75 and 150%, these are all from the earning per share. That is 10 rupees per share. They have mentioned. Oh, if you put the market price of the share is 105 rupees. For 100% payout, that means that total earnings, the 10 rupees, they are giving as a dividend. They are not retaining in the business. They are not going to reinvest the profit in the business. They are not getting any retained earnings. So if you give 100% payout, that means that whole 10 rupees as a dividend, the market price of the share is 100 rupees. So here, based on the dividend, the market price of the share is changing. This is relevance theory, Walter's relevance theory. Okay, it may be a little bit fast because this is the last class. I will share this PPT. Please understand the concept only. So next model is Gordon model and its relevance. So he is also telling that the dividend policy of the firm is relevant to the market value of the firm. Here, a firm is an all equity, there is no debt, they are telling. So here also no external finance. There is retained earnings would be used for fund or finance any expansion. Gordon models also support the dividend and investment policies. constant return. The firm internal rate of return R is constant, capital cost of capital also constant. They are telling, and permanent entire life of the company, the company will earn permanent earnings. So constant retention. I have told you already retention ratio, right? So B also here. Each and every year they will retain the profit constant retention ratio they will use. Then if it is constant retention ratio and constant rate of return, growth also constant, right? I told you already growth rate is G equal to BR. So since assumption of Gardner model is both retention and return is constant, growth also constant. So this is a formula for Gardner model to find out the company price per share. So P naught equal to E into 1 minus B divided by KE minus BR. Here P naught is a price per share. Okay. Then E is a earning per share. B is a retention ratio. I already told you retention ratio. If it is 1 minus B, that is payout ratio. So retention ratio means how much profit the companies reinvest in the company, retained earnings, and payout is how much they are paying as a dividend. Okay. KE is cost of capital, R is internal rate of return, and BR is growth rate. G. We have seen already G equal to BR is growth rate, right? So here, like Walter model, if the R is that is return is more than cost, there will be a zero dividend. They will not issue dividend. They will reinvest in the business. And if it is equal to zero, there is no optimum ratio. That is indifference point. If it is R is less than cost, then 100% payout they will be issuing to the shareholders. So here they have given
the previous slides, please, sir.
Yeah.
1 minute, sir.
This one, right?
Yes, sir. Okay, sir. Thank you.
Yeah. So here they have given one sum for XYZ Limited. They are telling that net profit means profit after tax 30 lakhs and outstanding 12% of preference shares. That is 12% of preference shares of 100 lakhs and number of equity shares 3 lakhs shares. Return on investment R is 20%. Cost of capital KE is 16%. Calculate the price per share using Gardner model when dividend payout is 25%, 50%, and 100%. So we have the formula P naught equal to E into 1 minus B KE divided by KE minus BR, right? In this formula, we have to find out the price through Gardner model, okay, for payout 25, 50, and 100. So here net profit is 30 lakhs. Here E is we need to find out, right? Earning per share, that is not given here. So first of all, we have to find out the E, earning per share. Earning per share, the statement structure I have given net profit minus preferred dividend. After that, number of equity shareholder, then you will get earning per share, right? Already I have told you in the second unit. So net profit is 30 lakhs less preference dividend. Preference dividend, 12% preference dividend they have mentioned of 100 lakhs. So 12% of 100 lakh is 12 lakhs. The figure is here mentioned in lakhs. Okay, net profit is 30 lakhs less preference dividend is 12 lakhs. So you will get 18 lakhs. If you minus this 12 from 30, you will get 18 lakhs. That is earnings available to the equity shareholders. So 18 lakhs is earning available for the equity shareholders. So number of equity share is 3 lakhs. If you divide this 3 lakhs from the 18 lakhs, you will get 6 rupees as a earning per share. You find out the earning per share as a 6 rupees. Okay. So here E1, that is earning per share, E is 6 and KE they have given here 16%. When dividend payout is 25%. Okay, first one is for 25%. So P naught we have to find out 6 equal to E is 6. So 6 into here 25% they have told you, no. So 1 minus B is a payout ratio, that is 25%. Yeah, B is a returns and ratio, 1 minus B is a payout ratio. So 6 into 0.25 divided by K is cost of capital is 16%, 0.16 minus here B they have here B is given no. So 1 minus B is 25%, that is payout ratio 25% means B you can calculate from that you will get 0.75 into R is here they have given 20% return. So 0.75 into 2. Okay. So if you solve this, you will get 150 rupees as a price per share, price of the company at 25% payout. Now we have to go for the 50% dividend payout. Here, if you put this 1 minus B will be 50% and B will be also 50%, right? So payout is 50%. That is 1 minus B, and B also retention also 50%. If you solve this, you will get 50 rupees as a price. Then when dividend payout is 100%, that means the entire 100% they will give us a dividend. So there will be no retention. Okay, so here no B, 0 will be, B will be 0, 1 minus B will be 100. That is 1. 6 into 1, 100% you can return as 1. Yes, tell me.
How we get 12 as a preference dividend, sir?
It is given in the sum, ma'am. It will be given. This
12
entire, this one is given 12% preference share means 12% of this 100 lakhs. The total amount is 100 lakhs, but the percentage of preference share is 12%. So 12% of 100 lakhs is 12 lakhs. It is given here. I have given no. This left side is entirely sum. This one is solution. Okay. When dividend paid is 100% means we'll get this 37.5 rupees as a market price of the share. So based on the payout for 25% it is 150, 50% is 50, and 100% is 37. So there is relevance between the dividend payout on the and the market price of the share.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah. Then next one is MM hypothesis. This is Modigliani and Miller. This one, according to this, the dividend policy is irrelevant to the market price of the company. Okay. So we'll see here. So P naught equal to formula for this is P naught equal to P1 plus D1 divided by 1 plus KE. So P naught is the price in the beginning of the period. P1 is the price at the end of the period. Okay. D1 is the dividend at the end of the period. So here there is two period, beginning and the end. So we have to calculate one price they will give, another price we have to calculate, and we have to find out the value of the firm. Value of the firm, here they have given this formula VFR N P naught equal to N plus delta N P1 minus I plus E divided by 1 plus KE. Here VF is the value of the firm, N is the number of shares in the beginning period. There is two period, no price P naught and P1. So there will be a two period also. For price also 2 is there, so there will be a 2 period. N is beginning period, number of shares, and delta N is number of shares and the fund. Number of shares issued to raise the fund required. So in the starting, number of shares will be N. In after certain period, if the company wants to raise the shares, that will be delta N. I is the amount required for investment. So they are going to raise number of shares. No, that amount required for investment is they will be given, and E is the total earning during the period. So company earnings, this is okay. So here they have given AB Engineering Limited belongs to a risk class, which the capitalization rate is. Capitalization rate means what it is, cost of capital or discount rate, that is KE, that is 10%. It currently has the outstanding shares. So now they are giving, they are having 10,000 shares, that is N, right? 10,000 share at one share price is 100 rupees. The firm is contemplating the declaration of dividend of 5 rupees per share. That is at the end of the current financial year. So D1, that is dividend they are going to issue us. They plan to issue us 5 rupees at the end of this year. So that is D1. It expect to have a net income of 1 lakh rupees. That is earnings. I have told you know that E. that is earnings is 1 lakh rupees the company will earn and has a proposal for making a new investment. So earning is 1 lakh and there is a proposal of they want to invest 2 lakh rupees, that new investment. They will raise the fund 2 lakh rupees. Okay. So here calculate the value of the firm when dividend are not paid and dividend are paid. There is two. Okay. Value of the firm when dividend are not paid. First case. So that means KE is already they have given. So formula for this one is P naught equal to P1 divided by D1, right? 1 plus KE. Here KE is they have given 10% and P naught is the company is currently having 10,000 share and selling at 100 rupees. That means that is a peanut, the first price. Okay, peanut and dividend is not paid. The case is dividend is not paid. So that is D1 is 0. So if you put this, peanut is 100 equal to P1 divided by T1 plus 1 plus KE. P1 we have to find it out. Only we have current price, that is 100 rupees. So the next price we have to find it out. Okay. Price at the end of the period, right? P1 equal to P1 plus 0, D1 is 0 and 1 plus K is 10%. You will get P1 as 110 rupees. So you have got 110 rupees. So we need to find out the value of the firm. Before that, we need to find out the how much fund is recovered. The company is going to raise 2 lakh rupees, right? And also we have 1 lakh rupees as a earnings. So we have to find it out. First, the earning is 1 lakh rupees. Dividend is here, they will not issue any dividend. So 0 and fund available for, so since they are not giving the dividend, so fund available for investment is 1 lakh rupees and total investment record is 2 lakh rupees, right? It is, so balance fund record is 1 lakh rupees. Okay. So here balance fund record is 1 lakh rupees, but how many shares for 1 lakh rupees we have to raise, that we have to know. So the initial price is 100 rupees, but we have to take this after 1 year. We are going to take after a year. That price is next price is P1 is 110 rupees. So number of share equal to fund recovered is now it is 1 lakh rupees only because we have already earning is 1 lakh rupees. So 1 lakh rupees divided by 110, that is current market price P1, price at the end. So that is delta N. Okay, N is 10,000, delta N is for the next period. We are calculating with the new price P1. Okay. So calculation of value of the firm is N P naught equal to N plus delta N. Okay, N is I have already told you that is 10,000. That is first outstanding the company is having at the starting time. So 10,000 rupees plus this delta N is the funds recovered for the fund recovered for now and also price of the new share, that is 1 lakh rupees divided by 110 into that P1 is already we have find it out 110 and I is the investment recovered is 2 lakh rupees, that is I. So the 2 lakh rupees and E is earning available which is 1 lakh rupees. This whole 1 lakh rupees the earning is available, right? So that is, so 1 plus KU. If you solve this, you will get the 10 lakh rupees as a value of the firm. Okay, for dividend is not paid. We now we have to go and see the if the dividend is paid, what will happen. So here in the sum they have given the declaration of dividend is 5 rupees per share at the end of current financial year, right? So 5 rupees dividend here. So P naught equal to P1 plus D1, 1 plus KE, that first formula, we are going to find out the P1 first. So dividend there we have put only 0, right? D1 is 0. Here the dividend is 5 rupees. So here P1, the new price is 105 rupees, price at the end of the period. And you have to calculate the earnings, fund balance fund record. Here earnings is 1 lakh, but dividend is distributed for 50,000 rupees because 10,000 share we have. One share for one share they are giving 5 rupees as a dividend, right? So that is dividend distributed. So 50,000 fund available for investment is again 50,000, because 50,000 as a dividend. So remaining 50,000 will be available for the investment. So total investment is 2 lakh rupees. That is we need to. So balance fund record is 2 lakh rupees minus 50,000 is already available from the profit itself. So 1,50,000 is balance fund record. So if we have to find out the new number of shares, delta n we have to find out, right? So funds recovered here is 1,50,000 rupees divided by the price at the end, that is 105 rupees. So if you put this in the value of the firm formula, you will get n is 10,000 rupees. I told you this delta n is new number of shares, 1,50,000 divided by 105. If you put and again this one at P1 and minus I is investment plus E is this one, no earnings available. And if you put the same amount, 1 lakh, 10 lakh rupees, the value of the firm is both the dividend paid and not paid, both are same here. Okay. So it is irrelevant theory. Modi Kalani Miller, he is telling that based on the dividend, the dividend policy is irrelevant to the value of the firm. So next one is I'm going to give this what is working capital management. So we have seen this capital, debt capital, equity capital, preference capital. These are the long-term capital. So now working capital. What is working capital means? The day-to-day for firm's operation, right? For that the fund is recovered, right? For purchasing raw material, giving wages. These are the working capital. So here working capital is known as the short-term financial management and mainly concerned with the decision related to current asset and current liability. So here what are the current asset and current liability? Current asset easily converted into cash within a year. Okay, if you have if you have cash in your hand and temporary investment within 1 year, and raw material you are purchasing for your business, and work in progress and finished goods and accounts receivables. Account receivables means you are selling the goods to customers, credit sales, that is account receivables, right? These are the current assets that is converted into cash within 1 year. Okay, if you have finished goods, if you're producing a t-shirt, cloths, or umbrella, if you're selling that, you can get the cash easily, right? That is current assets. So current liability on the other hand, it is here for payment in the short run. So within 1 year, how much amount you have to pay? That is current liabilities. So account payables. Account payables, one of the part of the current liabilities. That is, if you purchase some raw material for credit purchase for your company, you are purchasing some raw material in terms of credit, that is accounts payable, and accrued liabilities, that is wages, salary, and rents, and estimated liabilities, income tax, and dividend payable. So this current liabilities for maturity period 1 year. That means the company have to pay within 1 year. These are the current liabilities. So working capital management means managing the current asset and current liabilities. Here, gross working capital, net working capital, these are the types of working capital, gross and net. On the basis of time, permanent and fluctuating is there. So gross working capital is entire current asset is called gross working capital, and the net working capital is current asset minus current liabilities. So company has to manage these two for running the business. If you maintain good working capital, the company can run the business. The cash flow will be good and company can run. That means company can produce, company will be healthy. So here it is current asset is they have given 2 lakh 20,000, current liabilities 1 lakh 30,000. So if this total 2 lakh 20,000 is gross working capital, if you minus this current asset, if you minus this current liabilities from current asset, you will get the net working capital. Gross working capital is simply total current asset, and net working capital is current asset minus current liabilities. So these are the theories. So I'll tell you this one sum here. With
Sir,
this,
current
I'll
asset
one
minus
question.
current liabilities means?
that is net working capital. So here operating cycle, I'll tell this one. Operating cycle, that is
Yeah,
first
one
one
question.
is yeah.
Yeah, so this working capital is for the same current year, or is will be working capital for the next consecutive year?
Working capital means only for the current period. 2024 means that is for the only 1 year.
Yeah, but all the expenses will come in the current liabilities itself, no? Then what will be pending there? Like, because the wages, utilities, tax, all those things are there. So
Wages for today, this month, no sir. If you want to pay for some 100 labors for the month of May, that is your current liability, May 2024.
mm-hmm.
Right, sir.
No, I'm asking, like, in the working capital will be used for what purpose? Like,
Sir,
because
like if you are running a business, the plant machineries, these are the fixed capital. Okay, so these are one-time investment. If you are going to construct a building, that is one-time investment. If you're going to purchase a machinery, that is one-time investment. From that machinery, if you are producing, if you are manufacturing the cloths, let's say cloths. Okay, for cloth manufacturing you need cotton, right? Labor, this and all, these are all the working capital for producing the your product. There is raw material required, right? Those raw materials are the working capital, current assets. Understand, sir? So I'm hearing this operating cycle. So operating cycle means first one is you have to, in the operating cycle of the company is, first one is raw material. You have to purchase the raw material from cash. This is cash from your hand. You are going to purchase your raw material for the company. Okay. Then you will use this raw material. You are going to do work in progress. You will process your raw material for producing your product, right? That is work in progress. After work in progress, you will get the finished good as a stock. Then you will sell to the customer, right? So that is from the customer you will get the cash, right? This is the operating cycle of your company. Okay, first one is you are purchasing raw material, then you are doing some work in progress, that is you are producing production of your company and stocks. You will get the finished goods, then you will sell to the customer, you will get the cash. Okay.
yeah, thank you, understood.
Yes. So here one operating cycle, how they are calculating. So operating cycle equal to R plus W plus F plus D plus minus C. So R is the raw material. Okay. W is the work in progress holding period. Raw material storage. How long you are holding your raw materials. Y is work in progress, and F is a finished goods storage, and D is a receivable collection period.
Sir,
Okay.
your screen is frozen. Yeah, it's not going to the next one.
Oh, okay. It is okay, sir. So D is receivables. That means you are selling your product. After producing your product, you are selling to the customer, right? So customer will not give money immediately. They will take some after 30 days. They will give no. That is receivables or debtor collection period. And C is a credit period allowed by the suppliers. That means creditors. You are purchasing raw material from other supplier, right? So you will not give sometime cash. You will get some credit purchase. You will take some period. 30 after 30 days you will give. That is credit period allowed by the supplier. That is creditors. Okay. So operating cycle. First one is raw material storage period. Average stock of raw material divided by average cost of raw material consumption per day. Work in progress, average work in progress inventory divided by average cost of the downside is everywhere relating to cost. Okay, average cost of production, average cost of goods, cost of goods sold, average credit sales per day, average credit purchase per day. These are the okay. So if you see this sum, you can easily understand. So here they have given from the following information of XYZ, you are required to calculate the net operating cycle period.
Excuse me, sir.
And yes.
Sir, we have said that a credit period, it should be a standard for a company, no? Like net 30.
No. The company is the period is based on the company policy and the supplier who is supplying products that raw material to you know. That is sometimes 30 days, sometimes 60 days. That should be within 1 year. Okay.
Got it, sir. Thank you, sir.
Okay. So here they have given. Here raw material, first one is they have given raw material inventory consumed during the year and average stock of raw material. Likewise, work in progress also given, finished goods also given. Here average collection period from the debtors that are also given. Average credit period also they have given. Number of days in the year they have given as a 360 days. I think next faculty has come.
Mani sir, if you want to continue for 5 minutes, it's fine, sir.
Okay, sir. I'll finish it within 5 minutes, sir. This one last one, sir. Thank you, sir.
No problem, sir. Okay, sir.
So here the formula is first one is we have to find it out. This one, no? R plus W plus F plus D plus I told you, no? So first one is raw material. Here raw material, what is the formula for raw material storage period? Average stock of raw material divided by average cost of raw material consumption per day. Okay. So here average stock of raw material they have given 50,000 rupees, right? That is 50,000 divided by raw material inventory consumed during a year. That is, this is the cost, average cost of raw material consumption per day. They have given 6 lakhs. So 50,000 divided by 6 lakh. So number of days they have given, right? 360 days in a year. So for finding out this one, number of days, this is year they have given for year figure, right? 6 lakhs and 50,000. These are the year figure. For computing in the days, number of days, it will be 50,000 divided by 6 lakh divided by 360 days. So if you solve this, you will get the raw material storage period is 30 days. So next one is work in progress. They have given average work in progress. Here they have given 30,000 and next one is average cost of production. That also they have given 5 lakh rupees work in progress inventory, that is. So if you solve this, you will get the 22 days. So first you are purchasing raw material and holding for 30 days. Next one is you are doing work in progress. So your work in progress is production process 22 days, then finished goods. So after work in progress, you will come up with the finished goods. So if you find it this finished goods storage period, you have the figure here again in the sum. So if you solve this, you will get 18 days. So here R you have got, W you have got, F also you have got, right? And D is directly they have given this debtor collection period. Debtor collection period 45 days they have given, and average credit period from your supplier, you are getting no supplier for purchasing raw material, you will get some credit purchase time, that is 30 days. Okay, so net operating cycle is R plus W plus F plus D minus C. Minus here you are getting time period from your supplier. That is why you are minusing this C. You are deducting this C, creditor purchase creditor period. Okay, so 30 days, 22 days, 18 days plus 45 days minus 30 days means within 85 days you are purchasing raw material from your supplier and producing your products and getting selling your products and realizing money from the customer. So for one operating cycle period is 85 days. Okay, so net operating cycle period is 85 days, and the number of operating cycle in a year you have to find it out. So number of days in a year divided by operating cycle period, 360 into, you have find out 85 days, no, net operating cycle period, that is 85. So you will get 4.23 times. So number of operating cycle in a year, for 4.23 times your company having the operating cycle period. Okay, this one is okay, no? So I am stopping here.
Yeah, thank you, sir. Could you share your email ID or type in and or phone number in case we have to get the PPT?
You send me this phone number. WhatsApp me. I'll send you, sir. I'll send you the PPT, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thanks a lot. Yeah, it was a good subject learning. Thanks for that.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you to all. Thank you, Susin, sir.
Yes, sir. No problem, sir. Today last.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Good afternoon, all.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Today we will finish our discussions. Whatever we stopped last class, wherever we stop, we'll start from there. Which was the last topic? I hope all of you remember what we discussed.
Communication. Developing.
I think this is the last topic that we discussed, right?
Yes, sir.
Fine. So far, I think in the 5th unit, promotional decisions, we had a discussion about all this, maybe 1 or 2 slides. And later, we had a discussion about this communication process. So what exactly this particular process also we had a discussion. In later, I think last, we were having a discussion about the points to be noted for the effective communications. Okay. So I think this is also done, right? All this maybe 8 points we had discussion. The next topic, I think somebody is unmuted.
Aishwarya, please mute.
No problem. Okay, so here the next topic is promotional mix. Okay, so marketing mix, we had a discussion about those 4 elements plus 3 extra P's of marketing. So one of the major element in the marketing mix was the promotional mix. Okay, so the promotional mix, there are n number of questions, n number of maybe decisions, n number of points to be noted under this particular topic. Okay, so here you can find some maybe explanation for the concept. It is a function concerned with the persuasive communication of the marketing program to target audience with the intent to facilitate exchange between the marketer and the customer, which may satisfy the objective for both customer and the organization. This is simply the all the initiative which are taken by the marketers to communicate the product to enhance the marketing objectives. Okay, this is what promotional mix maybe in a wider term means. So there are n number of ways in which you can do the promotional mix. Okay, that is communication. So we may be widely used with the term advertisement. we maybe heard something about the direct marketing and public relations. And apart from that, you can find personal selling and sales promotion also come under the promotional mix. Okay, so these are the five components you have to remember under the maybe concept called promotional mix. So promotional mix is not a single maybe term or activity. The term consisting of lot of keywords. Okay, so put together all these activities, all these decisions, all these intentions, we can call it is promotional mix. Okay, so what we are going to do here, we'll be discussing the keywords. Okay, so this slide will be helpful for you to understand what is advertisement, what is personal selling, what is sales promotion and publicity and direct marketing. So here what I have done, you if you want to have very detailed maybe understanding about the concept, you can refer any of the in your textbook only PDF. Apart from that, any of the maybe online material also you can refer. Here what I done, I kept some keywords and maybe examples for maybe each, that is advertisement, what is advertisement, what is personal selling, okay, how it is different from advertisement. In personal selling also you can find there is one-to-one interaction, that is the salesperson will be going and meeting the maybe the potential customers and consumers. So that's what they are doing. So sales promotion is little broader terms. There, their intention is merely looking towards the maybe increase of sales. Okay, so advertisement may be increasing the sales, but sales promotion is merely looking towards the economies of large scale. That is, they will be trying always to increase the volume of sales. Okay, so incentives, short term, stimulates maybe sales, like that. N number of other maybe keywords you can remember. But sales promotions are merely looking towards the uh, boosting of sales volume, okay, for your product. Okay, then publicity like free exposure, public interest, PR work. You can also find some maybe some corners where they are keeping, some marketers will be keeping their stalls to have better relationship, maybe better publicity for their product and all. So all those things will be coming under the head of publicity. Direct marketing is maybe targeted communication, personalized call to action, all these things, customized kind of maybe marketing from the manufacturer to the end consumer. Okay, so these are the five components you have to remember under the term called promotional mix. Okay, so whatever decisions which are related to selection of advertisement, whether they have to go with advertisement or personal selling or sales promotional techniques or public relation or direct marketing, all those decisions, all those maybe components will be coming under the head of this particular promotional mix. Okay, then another topic which are coming in your maybe textbook is advertising decision. Even though we are saying this in a single breath, the advertising decision is not easy decision. Okay, so there are n number of factors, n number of things to be noted while you are taking an advertisement decision. So decision making is something which is coming to maybe exist, or which is having the relevance when we are having multiple alternative maybe options. It won't be coming like a single maybe decisions or single options. Decision making is not required if you're having only one way of doing something or one way of thinking something, right? It will be always maybe relevant whenever you are having multiple ways of doing the same thing or maybe same kind of output. Okay, so here advertisement decisions will be based on so many other factors. So what is advertising decisions? You can find according to Stanton, we can find to give public notice or announce publicly. So advertisement is something which is communicating something from the manufacturer or marketer to the end user, maybe the other maybe customers also. So it is a mass communication of information intended to persuade buyers so as to maximize profit. So these are the keywords you should remember in order to write something under the heading advertisement and decisions. Okay, so it is a massive or mass communication. It is looking towards maybe not one or two single or maybe one digit kind of people. It is looking towards mass number of maybe people or consumers or customers. These all are to doing in order to enhance the profit of the organization. Okay, Then why advertisement is important? This is only few points which are there in your textbook. You can only think why advertisement is important. Since you are maybe having some product, since you are having something new or some uniqueness for your product or services, that is need to be communicated. Okay, that is need to be informed to the targeted people. So it is it is the first point, way of informing about your product, about your services, about your uniqueness. Okay, then manufacturers concerns, it is why it is manufacturers concerns. It is only because of the intention. So you have done a lot of market research before you producing the product. You have produced everything, but you are not doing the maybe the communication. In that case, it won't be reaching anywhere. So whatever concern, whatever object, whatever things you are having in your mind before you produce something or having something or distributing something, that concern or object should be communicated. So in that way, it is talking about the manufacturer's concern, whether it will be reaching to the targeted people or not, according to the intention whatever he is having. Okay, fundamental right of freedom of speech, that and all. See, there's some points I find it may not be having much maybe relevance and all. You can only think if advertisement is there, it is a right of the maybe the manufacturer or the marketer to communicate, okay, to the targeted people. Improving productivity, no need to discuss. Automatically it will improve the productivity of the organization. If you're not having the proper movement of good from the manufacturer to the end user, your stock will be more. In that case, again, it will be affecting negatively to the productivity. But if you are having proper movement of maybe supply and demand, some proper matching of supply and demand, automatically it will be improving the productivity. Last, economic growth of the country. These are broader kind of importance. Advertisement, if it is there, again, if it will be, if it is crossing beyond the national boundaries and all, it will be enhancing the maybe the output or performance of the country. Okay, so these are some points. Apart from that, why advertisement is important? Again, it will be giving communication to the consumers. It will enhance awareness of consumers. Okay, it will ensure the proper demand or right demand, quality demand or healthy demand in the market. Like that, so many points you can only develop. So in that way, advertisement is very important. Without advertisement also we can win, but with advertisement the chance of getting reach of maybe your product or demand of your product also may be enhanced. So these are the points you should remember. So next point is with respect to what is the difference between advertising and sales promotion. Okay, so why advertisement and why sales promotion? What is the difference you can find? Advertisement is creating a reason offer to buy, but sales promotion in an incentive to offer to buy. Okay, so sales promotion, you can keep this keyword. It is always intended to enhance the sales. Okay, they're not worrying about the quality part. They are not thinking something apart from those maybe sales volume. The sales volume is the mere intention towards the or of the sales promotion. Okay, but advertisement is not like that. This is theme is to build up brand loyalty, and here loyalty to competing the brand. That is, if you are having more maybe sales, it will be helpful for you to compete with your competitors. Aim to attract the ultimate consumers, but here you can find it is not only the consumers, retailers, wholesalers, and other sales force also. Sales force in the sense the people who are doing the sales. Okay, then effective in long run. Okay, effective in short run. Sales promotion you can do for long years, because if you're keeping such things, it may be affecting your profitability. Okay, heavy advertisement makes the brand image of the product and cost it the perception of the higher quality. Heavy sales promotion leads to the product being perceived as having a brand image of cheaper and lower quality product. Because suppose if you are getting a product very cheap with the more discounts, you may think like that product may not be having the right quality and all. So that may also create negatively. So sales promotion will not be keeping for long. It is to ensure that particular psychological element also. That is a cheaper maybe mindset. If it is creating for the brand, it will be affecting the brand. Okay, advertisement includes delivered through various types of medias, and here you can find consumer promotion, sales promotion, maybe trade promotion, sales force promotion methods, all those things you can find. So these are the points you should remember for the advertisement and sales promotion. Okay, so please keep it in mind. Sales promotion is something which is very narrow. It is only to say increase the sales. Advertisement is not like that. So all discount incentives, all those things, you can keep it in mind for the sales promotion. Okay, fine. So uh, next is with respect to step in advertising program. Okay, so there are few systematic points you can find here. How you are maybe checking or doing the advertising program. Okay, so before the advertisement and after the advertisement, there are some systematic steps to be followed. This only you can find here. First of all, before advertising, you can find market should be defined. Select the target market. What is the motive before advertisement? Identify what makes people to buy. Then media case about the media mix, allocate budget, TV, radio, all these things you have to check. Measurement, assess the effectiveness of maybe advertisement, evaluate the possible achievement. All these things can be decided or visualized early. Okay, so this is what we have to do before advertisement. Once you put the advertisement, you can find measure the effectiveness of advertising to determine the whether it will be help to achieve the target. So once you implement the advertisement, you have to check the market whether it is having some impact or not. Then later compare the consumer buying motive and advertisement appeal. You have to check whether whatever you planned is doing accordingly or not. Whatever appealing content you have put in the maybe advertisement, whether it is hitting or not. Then media part, evaluate the effectiveness of media, that you can check whether the media is having an impact on maybe the targeted sales and all. Assess the effectiveness of the message that can be done, the quality of content that you are keeping in the advertisement and all. And how you will be able to measure the advertisement after the sales or after the advertisement, you have to check the sales graph before the advertisement and after the advertisement. You have to check whether any kind of changes or not. Okay, take a decision about future profile of advertising program. So once you have the maybe impact study after seeing the sales maybe data and all, you can able to develop something new with respect to the measurement of maybe advertisement effectiveness. Okay, so these are the points you should remember with respect to advertising program, how to be done before and after the advertisement. I know I'm going a little fast, but we'll finish those things, okay, little early.
No,
So, yeah, somebody,
no problem, sir.
yeah. Something is there apart from that, need to set advertisement objectives. This is one of the topic that you can find in your textbook. Why we need to set advertising objectives. Oh, somebody put a message. Slide is not moving. Is it same for others or only for?
No, sir, it's moving.
Okay. Okay. Fine. Yeah. So here you can find need to set advertising objectives. So there are some points in the textbook. I didn't find a few points which are not, or maybe which are effective or not. But I don't know. You can check whether it is. No, it is fine. Okay. Fine. So what is the need for setting advertisement objectives? If you're not keeping the advertisement objectives, how it will be affecting? Suppose if you are developing an advertisement without maybe measuring the objective, without having the objectives, it won't be reaching the targeted people. Okay, you won't be able to select the media, you won't be able to develop the content, you won't be able to get the effectiveness maybe of that particular advertisement if you're not having the objectives. That is the first point. Okay, then there are some approaches for setting advertising objectives. This is one point you can maybe note when you are studying. Okay, so this is maybe a little important. I will keep some double star here. Okay, I have seen questions on Dagmar and all before. So what I am suggesting all of you to maybe look about this Dagmar approach or all this production approach, maybe in your textbook, in your PDF, because I didn't keep everything here. What is this Dagmar approach? Whenever you are maybe going for advertisement, you have to define your problems, define your need first. That is D. Then advertisement. Okay, how you are going to advertise it. Then goal. What is the goal of your maybe advertisement? How you will be able to measure it. Okay, all these things if you are deciding early, then you are doing the advertisement. That is in the fifth stage. Last stage, it is the result. You are going to compare whether it is having right impact or not. Okay, this is one of the approach that will be used for the advertisement. Okay, setting the advertisement objectives. So Dagmar approach, I have seen multiple places, not only here in the examination point of view. Also, you can expect some questions on these maybe advertising approaches and all. Okay. Second, product life cycle approach. Here, what is the advertisement strategy in each level of maybe production product cycle? The marketers can have different maybe approach. So the advertising approach for new product in the market may not be same for the advertisement of existing product. Okay, KFC is coming with a lot of advertisement. They are not talking about themselves, they are talking about the some new offers or something. Okay, because they already exist in the market, they already having products in the market, they don't need to talk about themselves. But if you are going to implement something new in the market, you may need to introduce, you may need to have some knowledge, you may need to pass some knowledge to the consumer. Okay, so advertisement for different cycle of product also will be differing. So according to the cycle also you can have advertisement objectives. Okay, that is what second point. Third, primary and selective demand theory. So under this, you can find 2 points are there: informative advertisement and persuasive advertisement. Informative advertisement, as I said, if it is a new product, if it is a pioneer product, if it is a new launching of product, you may need to talk about some information about the product, some information about your services, some information about your company and all. This kind of advertisement objective is called informative advertisement. Second one is persuasive advertisement. If you are looking for a advertisement which is for the existing product or the product which is there in the developing stage or maturity stage and all, you may need to influence the consumers or targeted people. Such kind of advertisement objective is called persuasive advertising. That is to pursue someone, okay, that is influence someone with respect to the content and quality, whatever you are going to communicate. So these are the three maybe major approaches that you have that you need to remember for the advertisement setting of advertisement objectives. And Dagmar is one of the important maybe terminology or concept or theory or approaches that you need to remember under this particular area. Then one of the another topic which is coming in this particular unit is with respect to the media profile for advertisement. Okay, how you will be selecting the media mix. So what is this media mix? That are the different maybe media platform that can be used for the communication of your advertisement. So tell me some media or maybe platform through which you will be able to communicate the advertisement. Few of you
Print media, sir.
print medias are there. Yes, magazines, newspapers. Okay, apart from print media,
Social media.
Social media, sir.
social media, then
Electronic media.
Coding.
all the electronic medias. Okay,
Public advertising, sir.
public advertisement. We will discuss all those points. Okay,
Radio,
newspapers,
sir. Radio.
radios are there. Yes,
Pamphlets.
Word of mouth.
okay, word of mouth. We will see, okay, how it is coming and what are the maybe the ways in which the media selection. So all this put together we can call media mix. Okay, so before you go for the maybe selection of media, these are the three maybe components you have to remember. That is advertising the message, that is your content have to be developed first. Okay, then you will be checking about the media mix, what to be selected, what to be considered for you to consider for the communication of your content or message to the targeted people. So targeted audience are the people who will be having the who will be the targeted maybe targeted by the marketer. Okay, in order to sell the products. Okay, so this three part you can just keep it in mind, and we will discuss about those things maybe in the coming slide. And another term that you need to remember under this particular area is media planning and media selection. So you cannot blindly select the media. Okay, if you are looking for some cosmetic products, okay, if you are looking for some cosmetic or beauty products, what kind of media you will be selecting? Can anyone tell which will be effective media or media mix for communicating? Social media.
Podcast.
Yes, social media.
Radio.
Yeah, somebody was telling something.
Podcast and radio, sir.
Yeah, podcasted videos. Okay, so social media is one of the major maybe media platform there. Maybe youngsters are maybe dominantly presented, right? So in that way, the media planning is very relevant. Okay, you cannot select a platform for any of the product. Okay, you cannot blindly select it. You will be having some research. You will be having some research or maybe study in order to select the platform. This particular process only called media planning. Okay, what kind of media you need to select and what kind of content you need to plan. Then media selection. Once you plan all these things, selection is the next stage, media selection. So this selection will be based on all these factors. Okay, so planning as well as selection. So there are some maybe factors to be considered for the media selection decisions. Okay, so you cannot blindly go for something. As I said in the last class, if you are looking for a small scale product, you won't be going for some advertisement which is happening during the IPL, right? That too in the television. It is not affordable to you. Like that, there are some factors to be considered before you select the media decisions or media selection decisions. So all these points you can just maybe remember. Cost of the advertisement should be considered. Nature of the product should be considered. As I said, for the types of product that you are using or that you want to advertise is also one of the criteria to be selected or considered. Okay. Then comparison of the medium selected with the other medias. Okay. So you have to check each media selections and all, like how much what is the difference between all each of the options whatever is available to you in order to select the best. Then popularity of the media, you cannot go for something like maybe which is not widely used, right? So there are some platforms, there are some maybe medias which may not be used widely among your targeted people, that you cannot afford or that you will not be able to select, because popularity of the media also important. Then characteristics for customers. If the customers are very old age people, right, you may not be using the social media and all, not maybe generalizing. So there may be chance, right? The majority of the people who are using social media like Instagram and all, like youngsters, right? So depending on the customers or their characteristics also, your media selection will be differing. Then competition in the market, right? If it is a highly competitive market, you have to spend more, you have to maybe put more effort in order to have more existence or maybe better existence in the market. Like that, few characteristics or few factors you have to consider before you select the media decisions. That is, during the planning as well as media selection process, you have to consider these factors. Okay. Then there are some maybe media or platforms which are given in your textbook, that is press, magazines, outdoor hoarding. Okay. Then apart from that, direct mail, radio, all these things. Okay. So with respect to all these media platforms in your textbook, it is given like maybe merits and demerits and all. You can just go through it. Okay, what are the strength and weakness of each media platform? Suppose sometime if you are getting some questions in the examination, right, to suggest some maybe media platform for your maybe that particular context, you have to have some understanding which media is maybe effective for that particular situation and all. Whatever media you write, that media selection should have some justification. Like that, in your examination, whatever questions you are getting, I hope you should be able to maybe you should be able to write some justification of your selection. Even if you are selecting something wrong, with the right justification, you may be able to defend that particular maybe answer. Okay, so that may be considered. So your justification is important in the marketing part. So the next topic with respect to those is maybe effectiveness of each media mode of media. You can find this maybe verbality, visual, color, processing time, reach, frequency, all these things you can find with respect to all those given medias. You can just go through it. Okay. Then another topic which is there in your maybe a textbook is measuring the advertising effectiveness. How you will be able to measure the effectiveness of your advertisement. Okay, so communication effect and sales effect research are there. Communication effect, again, pre-testing, post-testing, all these things are there. But what I found in your textbook is that this maybe explanations are not there. Okay, even though it is given communication effect and the sales effect research, these points are not maybe given extensively. Some limited explanation only there. You can just maybe go through this heading, and in that only one of the method only explain that too for the pre-testing and post-testing and all. Nothing is there in your textbook. Okay, so you please maybe go through it. I didn't find more explanation for the same. Only limited explanation was there. Okay, fine. So another topic in your maybe text is with respect to the promotional mix is Salesforce decision. Okay, what is Salesforce? You can find here. Actually, the Salesforce is ensuring about the selling of more product or more maybe product for your product. Okay, so Salesforce are the group of maybe employees whose job is to sell their company's product or services, especially in the explanation. But I didn't get much clarity. Then I have done some outside research to find about this particular Salesforce decisions and all. So in order to expand or in order to boost the sales of the organization, there are people who are assigned to do the sales, and entire efforts, entire decisions, entire maybe movements and operations which are enhancing the sales of maybe
I'm coming. Anything you want? Yeah, this already.
organization
Or
is called
I'll put the tick colors.
Salesforce decisions. Okay,
Signed with
so
stamp. Yeah. No, only tick is there. You put signed with because it's company name deal.
Assis sir, you can mute yourself, sir.
Yeah, all signed plus stamp.
Yeah, fine, no problem.
Sorry, sir.
That is Salesforce. And functions of a sales organization. You can find an organization if it is giving more importance, that is if they are looking towards economies of larger scale, there are some functions for this kind of organization. Okay, they have to analyze the market and sales policy, sales planning and sales forecasting, deciding prices and terms of the sales, selecting, training, controlling the sales force, that is the sales employees. Okay, deciding sales programs and sales promotion, advertising about advertising publicity. Okay, deciding and allocating territory and setting targets, that is they will be having some segmentation with respect to their targeted sales and all, preparing and maintaining customers records, etc., and preparing sales reports. So these are the maybe functions of sales organization. Again, this explanation is very limited. Those who really want to have extra insight, please look into the textbook part. Again, steps in designing and managing a sales force. What are the points to be noted before you developing a sales force in an organization? Okay, setting of objectives is the first one. How much you want to achieve? What is the quantity of maybe output you want to get out of those people? Training of sales policies. That is sales policies and all, right? Designing sales force structure and size, how much people you need to do in the put in the sales, right? You can also find some people who will be coming for direct selling and all, right? For some maybe products in your houses, right? So those people are trained. Okay, these are the sales force maybe people assigned by the company. Then deciding sales force compensation, how much money they have to get, what is the incentives that they will be getting if they are selling more. Recruiting and motivating sales force is next stage where they will be recruiting the sales personnel. Okay, then guiding and motivating the sales force, they have to give motivation as well as monetary motivation and non-monetary things will be the guidance will be given. Performance and rating of the sales force, that is once they're done the sales, they have to do the self maybe not self appraisal, the employee appraisal or sales force appraisal should be done to know the quantity of their maybe output or things. Okay, so these are the steps in maybe Salesforce part. Then sales manager is maybe another term which is coming there. The manager who is managing the sales of an organization is called sales manager. There are some duties and responsibilities for the sales manager, and this is one of the question which was maybe which is asked in the examination in the previous maybe terms and all. You can just go through the point if you really want to have some extra insight through your textbook. And organizing sales research, product research are the main or first maybe a responsibility of the sales manager. Second, getting the best output from the sales force under him. So there will be a number of employees who are appointed for the sales under the sales manager, and he have to um, make use of that particular gang or team to get the maximum output. Okay, setting and controlling the targets, territories, sales expenses, distribution expenses and all. So this is also another responsibility. Advertising the company on various media, sales promotion schemes, etc. This is also another duty of the sales manager. Last, monitoring the company's sales policies. Okay, so according to the changes, according to the dynamic changes in the market, dynamic changes in the regulations, and all other environmental factors, the sales manager have to take decisions to change the maybe sales policy of the organization. So these are the points you should remember under the duties and responsibilities of the sales manager. So there are three areas in which sales trainer maybe can impart the training to the sales force. So if you are a marketer, okay, if you are a sales manager, if you are appointing the sales trainer, okay, so if you are appointing a sales trainer for your organization, there are three areas where you may need to give training. Okay, that is product training, selling areas, and selling skills. Okay, so there are some specific skills for selling, there are some specific areas to be noted for selling, and product training also need to be given. Under the product training, technical features like technology, quality, packaging, grading, branding, all these things you may need to train your sales trainer. Okay, suppose if you are buying a product, the product say seller is not or the salesperson is not aware about the maybe the standard maybe marks which are there, that is maybe the label or whatever there on the product, it may not be looking fine, right? So you may need to train the sales trainer about this quality part, packaging part, grading part, branding part, and technology which is used to produce that particular product and all should be given. That is the first one, product training. Second, selling areas, right? You have to talk about the product history for sales quota attainment in each territory, that is sales ratios, workload per salesperson, bills receivables analysis, okay, sales analysis report. All these things are to be maybe done by the sales trainer. Okay, so this is also need to be trained by the person. Then third, selling skills, good appearance, good communications, self-confidence, creative, proud of his association, satisfy the curiosity of customers, up-to-date knowledge of product. Okay, so these are the skills the sales trainer should have possess in order to have a better output. Okay, so these are the three areas where they need to give training to the sales trainer. Okay, product training, selling areas, and selling skills. So if the marketer is focusing about these areas, it will be enhancing the output. Then another term which is coming in the production mix is personal selling. So what is personal sell? Is an oral presentation to a buyer for purpose of making sales. So that is personally the maybe the salesperson will be approaching the potential consumers to sell the product. Okay, so this is what personal selling is. I have given the explanation of personal selling there. So this is a process of personal selling. Prospecting, identify the potential quality and customers. Once they identify the potential quality customers, preparing pre-approach call planning, that is you will be having a pre-approach planning, how you will be going to approach, what you will be talking. You can also find some maybe medical representatives, how they are doing enroll. This is one of the maybe personal selling method. Okay, in that they will be approaching the doctors and they will be having some planning right before they maybe approach somebody. Then presentation approach, demonstration, that they will be doing. Handling objections, okay, if any kind of objections are there, that will be handled, that will be settled. Then closing and follow up. Okay, once so closing means here it is not closing of things, okay, closing of the particular communication, and follow up will be there in order to sell the products. Okay, so page number 345 to 47 it is explaining. You can just maybe go through the explanations if you really want to have better insight about the same. Okay, then sales strategies is the next topic. So what is strategy? We had a discussion. These are the maybe set of plans which is to have a better maybe sales position comparing to your competitors. Okay, so this put together called sales strategies. Then there are some guidelines for taking key decisions in the personal selling. So size of the sales force required, kind of sales force required, role of the salesperson, assigning of the sales territories. These are the few things to be noted in order to have the better personal selling strategy for the organization. And last slide, I have get some maybe strategies, okay, for the case study analysis. With this particular unit is over, that is sales promotion unit is over. Okay, so as I said, there are few topics, that two topics which are left from that particular PDF. It is just to maybe cover the syllabus, we may not be able to discuss each lines of your PDF, especially it is coming 340 to 350 pages. So all those things I have maybe gone through in that. Whatever points I felt very important or very need to discuss in the class, I discuss only those things. Okay, that only coming in the slide. That too 104 maybe slides are 1 or 3 slides are coming for the same. Okay, so it may not be sufficient for your examination. You may need to go through the points again. You may need to develop the articulation part or writing part for each points which are there in the PPT. And I request all of you to prepare some self notes. That will be helpful than going through the PDF or maybe the PPT. Okay. So yesterday, a few of you asked for the PPT. I didn't share the PPT. I thought I will complete the PPT part and I will share accordingly. Okay. So these are the general maybe guidelines to be noted while you are approaching any of the case study, not only the marketing case study or any subject case study. If you are getting, please have this understanding. Please have this particular strategy. That is, read and understand the case. First of all, you read the case study before you go for writing or things. Okay, underline whatever points or maybe variables that you find very important or very key point or very turning point in that particular case study. Identify the problem or challenge in that case study. You will be having a problem, you will be having a challenge in front of you, that you need to understand what exactly the problem of that particular case study. Gather relevant information. Once you have this particular problem, you may need to connect those things with your syllabus. Why you are getting this case study, what are the things which can be connected or associated with that particular case study, you may need to understand. Analyze the market environment. So once you get a particular case study about a particular product, you may need to understand in what context they are discussing, whether the market is favorable, market factors are favorable or not. Okay, that you need to do in the fourth stage. Assess the internal capabilities. That is, as a company, within the company's maybe terms and conditions, within the company's programs and policies, whether they will be able to do something for that particular problem or not. That may need to visualize before you start the cases. Develop the recommendation based on the. Oh, no. Before that, identification and evaluation of alternative. You may need to find solution for that particular problem. You know the problem, you know the internal condition of the organization. Once you understand all these things, you may need to develop the alternatives. Okay, identification as well as evaluation of the alternatives. Once you identify and evaluate all the alternatives, you may need to develop the recommendations based on the internal, external part plus internal and identification and evaluation of that or evaluation of that particular alternative. Okay, once you've done that, last you can find conclusion and justification is there. This is to conclude the particular case study. Okay, so suppose if you are getting the case study. Okay, so I have done one case study which for your maybe reference, I'm just showing how we can use the chat GPT. Okay, so you can find this particular maybe case study here in your textbook, the first case study. Okay, what I have done, I have just maybe copied this particular case study and I kept it in the chat GPT. Okay, so how we can use the chat GPT for better maybe analysis, you can find here. So here what I done, I just maybe copy paste the content here. Here you can find. I hope all of you are able to see the slide, right?
No, sir.
This is not for examination. Okay, this is just for your maybe better
Research.
understanding. Okay, so all the cases we can discuss. So I just copy paste the case study here, and I just ask for the
Screen is not visible.
not visible. Is it visible? Others?
No, sir, no visual,
No,
sir.
no.
Yes, sir, it's
Okay.
visible. Yes, sir, visible, sir.
Yeah, somebody said it is not visible. 1 second, I will
Case
provide it.
study is not visible, sir. Case study, still we are in a strategy for case study analysis.
Okay, 1 second. Yeah, here you can find. Is it visible now?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Now visible.
Yeah. So what I have done here, I just copy paste one of the case study. Okay, we can discuss, but I am just telling you how maybe AI can be used to find some solution for your maybe case study. Okay. So here I have done that question. The three questions are there. Amazon's. If you have the PDF, you can go through the case. Okay. How does Amazon.com bring utility or create value for its customers? So what I am requesting all of you, if you are getting any questions in the examination, okay, any questions, don't leave any questions empty. Okay, this is one point you should remember while you are writing in the examination. Don't give empty space, okay, for any of the questions. Whatever is required, the required numbers you write with your understanding. Whatever you understood about that particular question, whatever keywords you remember for that particular question, write. Okay, if you're not writing, nobody will be able to give any marks. Okay, if it is empty, it can be zero only. Okay, so always remember you have to attempt all the questions in the examination. So first question, how does Amazon bring utility or create value for its customers? So you know what is Amazon, how it is creating value to the customers also, you know. Some case may not be having all these points. Whatever general things you know, that also you can able to, you can write under this. Okay. Second, explain the marketing framework of Amazon.com. So what is marketing framework? It is a broader term, right? So how it is applicable for Amazon, that also you can check in the case study and accordingly you can write. Plus whatever you know outside of the case study, that also you will be able to, you can write. Okay. Then third, what do you learn about marketing from Amazon story? So here you can find how it is creating utility. First one is convenience, wide selection, competitive pricing, right? Pricing of Amazon and outside price also you can check, global reach. So these are the things which are creating extra value and utility for the Amazon platform. So these are very limited, but whenever you are writing in the examination, try to write like this, because this will help you to get maximum score, because a evaluator will be able to find the points here and accordingly they will be able to evaluate it. Okay, so this is one thing you need to remember. Explain the marketing framework. So product, price, place, promotion, people, process, physical evidence, all these 7 P's we had a discussion. All the 7 P's you should able to write that too with minimum explanation for Amazon. Okay, that is the total marketing framework. So whenever you are getting marketing framework question, you have to talk about the marketing mix only. That marketing mix only talking about the entire product. Okay. Third, what do you learn about the marketing from the Amazon story? Importance of adoption, customer centric approach. What is customer centric? It is always looking towards the customer satisfaction and customer maybe better experience and all, right? So globalization, persistence and perseverance. Okay, so these are the general maybe points you should write. So if you are getting any case studies, I request all of you to look towards the maybe the general answers as well as the solution from the case itself. Okay, so in your examination, please remember you have to approach the case study with the open mentality and find solution from the question itself, and you have to maybe find the answers from the case itself. Okay, if it is not there, again you can find those maybe solutions from your own experience. If you know the company personally, you can write about that. Apart from that, whatever is available in the case study, that also you need to maybe do in the examination. Okay,
So how
so
will write the conclusion, sir?
what, sir?
How will come to the conclusion?
Yeah, if you are getting a case study and yeah, in the end of the maybe case study analysis, you may need to conclude the case. That is, you have to talk about the problem. You already talked about the problem, so you can say that so and so situation, so and so solution can be adopted, and it can be varying. Okay, it can be varying. This is the identity or this is the understanding, and this is a strategy that you are developed. Okay, it may be having some variance from the reality, but according to the available information and the available maybe solutions, whatever you done in the above cases can be applicable in that particular situation. Okay, like that you can summarize, but again depending on the situation. Okay, I'm just told about this particular case, but it may not be suitable or applicable for entire types of cases, whatever there in your PDF. So please go through the case and understand the case. Okay, see any kind of maybe inferences that you may able to develop out of that case. Okay, that also you need to check. PPT I will share. Okay, so reference book, I think your PDF only enough. Okay, PDF only more than enough for your studies, because you may find some difficulty for some of the explanation, but that doesn't mean like you may refer more other textbook. You can refer, okay, for your understanding you refer, but examination point of view, I think your textbook and explanation and points also will be sufficient. Okay, Aishwarya, you can check that also. Okay, I hope the explanation and maybe things whatever I done for the past 6 hours are creating some sense and behavioral modification among you. That is like learning only. Okay, I thank everyone for maybe giving this opportunity, as well as maybe PPT. What I will do, Deepesh sir, I will share to one of you. I think somebody texted me yesterday. I don't know. I didn't get the name, but in WhatsApp. So I will share to one of you, and you can share it in the group. I don't want to be in the group. Okay, since it is for your official communication, you be there. I can want whoever is getting the maybe PPT, they can share it to the group. Okay. So any questions or anything, please ask so that I can wind up. I don't want to take more time.
Thank you, sir. We'll be in touch, sir. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, all of you. It was really
Thank you,
nice
sir.
to maybe interact and maybe discuss. Or if I get more time, I would be happy to discuss. Okay, this is my specialization, but only limited time we are
Thank you, sir.
having. Okay, so thank you, all of you. Thank you so much. Okay, I will share to one of you. If you can maybe text to me in the WhatsApp, I will share the PPT to those people in the WhatsApp, and you can share it in the common group. Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Yes, I'm leaving. Thank you.
Thank you.
I think Aziz getting the PPTs from the all the professors. Aziz, Aziz, are you there?
Yeah. Hi, Ravi. Yeah, I
Yes,
am
bro.
not.
I think yes. I
No,
think you have the.
for marketing, I have not contacted him. I think somebody else has contacted him for marketing.
Do we have next class or it's over?
No, we don't have any class now.
No, I think we have a class for strategy, for operation research.
Extended hours up to 3 meetings. Oh, yesterday he said no.
Oh, yesterday, Punita ma'am said we have a class till 3.
What is the class now?
I think it will be operation research.
Yeah, yes, please.
Operation research.
Okay.
Is the class over?
Jiva? Is it Jiva?
Yes.
No, someone has told. Yeah, next we have operation research class.
Okay.
Till 3 o'clock we have class.
Yeah, okay, okay. Thank you.
Okay.
Hi, good afternoon. Anyone apply for exam? One apply for exam.
Not everyone, but everyone will do. There is a time, I think.
Okay, okay. Uh, Approximately 1 week, or it will be less than 1 week.
I think they have paid yesterday actually. Even someone has done registration yesterday. So they can tell you.
Sorry, Ravi, your voice not clear.
You have
Right, they have someone yesterday paid the fees. So if they are the right guy, they will tell the exact date.
Hello, you are this. Hello. Hello.
Hello, anyone who attended SEM 1 exam last December? Anyone?
Yes, please tell. Kalam.
Actually, I'm trying to apply this year SEM 1 and SEM 2. I can see around 7 subjects. It is showing in my profile.
First sem you have 7. Second sem also have 7.
We have 7, but in the timetable they mention only 5 subjects per semester, correct?
5 subject. For which sem you have 5 subject?
In the timetable, which one they
What is your
published?
batch? What is your batch, Sajid?
Batch.
This is my second semester.
So
Okay, that's your second semester. Which batch do you belong to?
July.
Yes, yes, yes.
So you are looking at the wrong timetable. You have to look at the
Okay.
CBCS batch timetable. It is shared in the WhatsApp group.
Okay. Thank you.
There is
Which
a
means we have.
CBCS timetable and non-CBCS timetable. If
You
we
must look
want
at
to,
the CBSE timetable, which we have only 7 subjects.
we are under choice-based credit system, that is CBCS. It is our first batch.
Any doubt?
Okay.
Any doubt?
Can you share this timetable?
You there in the group?
In the
You
WhatsApp
are there.
group?
You are there in the group.
Yes, yes, I am in the group.
You will see it is there. It is there in the group.
Okay, okay. Let me check one time.
I think nobody will come.